Oopsie. Forgot to change that. Should be good now. Alright, is your sensitivity messed up? No, you should be good. Should be good. Make it a little... No, you need to go back down because I whisper. There you go. What I really want to do is finish at least the ribbing, because this takes so long to do. I think the collar ribbing took me 2 hours, maybe 3 last night. I want to say it only took me 2 hours to do the collars rib last night. And most of this ribbing was done in my car. While my sister is driving us for an adventure today. So I think this is about 2 hours I did of ribbing on it, but again, in a car, so hopefully I can do it a little faster when I'm not in a vehicle. We'll find out. What is dinging? Thought I heard my iPad ding, but... Hi, Gogo! What's up? Hello, hello! How are you this fine Tuesday evening? My Halloween costume! I'm gonna be a clown! This is the top for my costume. I have made the hat and the ruff, which are actually... Funny enough, I actually do have those parts like right near my desk, so I can just grab them to show. So, this is the ruff for the neck. Oops. So, the neck ruff. It's got a little, it's a corset type back, but it doesn't I don't actually adjust it, it just kind of looks neat. So that's the neck ruff, and then I have a jester type cap. God, it's so out of frame. Let's see if I can bring this up a little bit to show. But it's a double pronged jester cap with stars on the bottom of the prongs, and then on the end of the ear flaps, you have little orbs. Thank you! And while it's zoomed out, I can kind of show the top off. So I'm currently doing the bottom rib for the top. So this is the collar. I've started the sleeves. The sleeves will have stripes on them. I'm going to stripe it off in the main 3 colors. I just bought more of this purple color. It's called raspberry. I just bought more of that, so I'm going to work on that after I get the ribbing done. I have this giant thing of green for the ribbing. And I also need some of this for the sleeves and for the skirt, and I hope I have enough, because the thing is, the rib is taking way more yarn than I anticipated it taking. So I'm hoping I don't run out of this green, because if I run out of this green, I am in light danger. Because if I run out of this green, I can't get more readily unless I drive 2 hours. And I already went out today. I also have my, I got my face paint too for this costume. So the hope is this green will be enough to finish the ribbing and still have some to do the sleeves and the skirt. Funny enough, this skein was a huge skein too, and I've used up most of it. Like, this was the wrapper for this skein. And it was a 1-pound ball of yarn, and I've used up most of it. This was a fresh skein of yarn when I started this project with the hat, and I have already gone through a full skein of the purple. And I have gone through a partial of the orange. I actually did have to go buy more orange. Thankfully the orange is easy to get, because the orange I bought at Walmart, so... But this is specifically a brand from Hobby Lobby. So if I want more of this one, I have to either order it from Hobby Lobby's website, or I have to go to a Hobby Lobby. And the problem with ordering it from Hobby Lobby's website is their shipping time is kind of meh. It's not the worst. You get it like within a month. However, if I want to finish this costume for Halloween, and I only have 2 weeks exactly from today until Halloween, I need to finish both my skirt and shirt in 2 weeks. So if the yarn takes 2 weeks to ship, that's not going to work out for me to finish this costume in time. So I either have to have enough yarn for the costume, or I am going to have to figure out a way to drive to the local Hobby Lobby, and when I say local, I mean 2 hours away. Because I live in the middle of nowhere. Like, to get more of the purple, I had to drive at least like an hour or so, and by I drove, I mean my sister drove, because we went together. But I did get more of the purple today, and I did have a partial full skein of it still. This is Craft Smart, and then I actually bought more of it. They changed it. It's technically loops and threads now. So it's the same. It's slightly different, but it's the same yarn more or less. It'll look fine when it's all together. But it's basically the same yarn. It's the same color, so I'm fine. This I just bought a while ago. Like, I bought this a long time ago. I think I bought this yarn pre-pandemic. I'm not 100% sure, but I love the color of it, and it's been sitting in my craft storage. And so I had bought another skein of it, which is why I knew it was the Loops and Threads one, because I still had the label from that other skein. And I'm reaching for the orange. This is the orange. It's just Red Heart. So yeah, it's just like if I want more of the if I want more of the green, I'm basically screwed unless I feel like driving for a long period of time. Which I don't particularly do because I don't like going out. I like being inside. I like being home. So yeah, I'm just hoping, praying and hoping. It's my own fault because I chose to have this really big rib on the bottom because I thought it would look cool to have like the main part of the shirt, and then have this giant green ribbing on the bottom. I'm also doing this completely freehand. I'm not using a pattern for this at all. I'm kind of just going, that looks okay. I'm gonna go for it. And that has been my thought process on it. Most likely what I'll end up doing is I'll use less green in the sleeves of this since there's so much green on the ribbing. So, like with the hat, you can see that I did a lot of, like, half of it is green and half of it's purple. Like, you can see there's a pretty equal split between the two of them. And then orange is the accent color. And on the ruff, you can see it starts with the main green, the purple, and then again accented with the orange. So what might happen with the sleeves, because there's so much of this green specifically, I might end up doing it primarily in orange and purple with little accents of green, because the green is already so much on it from the ruffle, from the ribbing, just to make sure I have enough. And if all else fails, I do have a tiny bit more of the purple that is used in the main part of this that I can also use in the sleeves to kind of help bulk it out a little bit. Because God, my hands, every time I throw my hand into the frame, it like washes out the camera light. I am pale as fuck. But yeah, basically it's just I am playing yarn chicken with my project, and we will see. This project started literally because I started making the hat because my sister sent me a pin on Pinterest. I saw the hat and I was just like, "Oh, that's cool. I want that." So I made one. And then I was like, "Well, I haven't decided my Halloween costume yet. I could always crochet myself something to go with this hat because I've already crocheted the hat." And my sister had already sent me like crocheted I can speak clown ruffs, like the clown ruffles for the neck. And I had been wanting to make one of those for a hot second anyway, so I was like, oh, this is a perfect opportunity. I've already made a jester's hat, just make a clown ruff. I can make like some form of like oversized sweater, like oversized on the sleeves but tight fit in the torso. And then I could make like a skirt or something like that. And I was like, yeah, this sounds good. This sounds good. I like this idea. I like this idea. And then I hadn't bought any yarn specifically for this project. When I started making it with the hat, I literally just grabbed 3 colors that were next to me that looked okay together and went from there. That was all that was done for that. Was I just like, I had a couple colors near me and I was just like, I'm just use these. These look okay together. Cool. We're going to play with this. And then I've been flying high by the edge of my seat trying to do it. Originally, I was actually going to use black instead of this dark purple. But then I found this purple in my stash, and there was a decent amount of it when I started doing the sweater. It was the same size as this big green ball, so it was another 1-pound ball I had. And I was just like, might as well just use it up. And I have used a good portion of it, so I did want to go through my yarn stash by the end of the year, so this is definitely going through my yarn stash by the end of the year. I'm just playing a dangerous game by going through my yarn stash. But yeah, hopefully it'll work out. And if anything, I just have to suck it up and drive. I'll just suck it up and drive to the store to buy more yarn. Or if anything, I just say screw it and use what I have. Because I have a color that's similar. I do have some red heart that's of a similar lime green color. It's not exact though, and the texture is slightly off. I like the texture of this yarn, it's very soft. But if push comes to shove, I will use the other yarn if I can't get to the store. But I should be able to. Like, depending on my sister's work schedule, if anything, I just take her to work and then I go for a little brum brum. Or I just like buckle up and just pay for the shipping, but I don't want to pay for the shipping. Why would I want to pay for the shipping? I'm saving up for a new laptop and potentially a better camera because right now I'm still using the potato cam. You can see it's like still vaguely blurry. But for whatever reason today, it's slightly better quality than the last time I streamed crochet, and I have no idea what caused it to be slightly better. Like, it's still blurry, don't get me wrong, because it is not really a great camera. It's more for Zoom calls, and I've had it for a while. But it's still funny. But yeah, thanks. I hope it works out too. Like, I'm very excited to see it all come together. Like, I actually tried this on last night, and it's starting to come together. Like, it was the very much trust the process for a good portion. Like, you know when you're like working on a project and it's got a lot of little pieces and then you're like, oh, I don't know if this is going to work out. I think it's going to look bad. And you just have to be like, no, shut up. You know, this happens every time you start a project like this. You need to let it process. You need to actually get through it. And then you will figure out how it's looking. So it was a very much trust the process because it's like I actually ended up not needing as many squares on this as I ended up using. So it's hard to see what I've done, but if you actually look at the very back of this sweater, you'll notice there's a safety pin. And the reason there's a safety pin is there's actually there's like two sets of there's 4 squares total here because there's 2 rows of 8, but I actually only needed about 6 squares to fit perfectly, and I had already attached everything, and I'm like, I don't want to unattach them all. That's going to be such a pain in the ass. But if I don't tighten it, it's not going to look good. So my compromise was I actually just crocheted over them. So there's this weird gap in the back. And what I'm gonna do is hopefully crochet a big bow and just tie a big bow here permanently. But also like having it open like this allows for it to stretch a little more so it's easier to pull on and off. But yeah, there's this giant like bubble pocket back here that like holds all of my clowny secrets. And the secret is I missized this because yarn stretches. Because the funny thing is I didn't think 8 squares was going to be big enough. Because my widest chest measurement is 46 and my smallest is 36. So there's a 10-inch gap between it, so I always have to size up for the 46. And I was worried it wasn't going to fit over that. But it ended up with the way I've connected all of my squares, it did end up fitting a little, but it was also too big at that point because it's like I test fitted it and it didn't seem like it was gonna fit, and then I test fitted it again once I had sewn everything together and it was way too big, and I'm like, you motherfucker, this happens every time I size something. I almost always, it's like I will size something, I will pin it together to test fit it, and in the pin, when I have it pinned and everything for the test fit, it's always too small. And then when I go to put it on after I've sewed everything together and put it all together, suddenly it's too big. And I'm like, motherfucker, make up your mind. It happens even with sewing pieces too. Like if I'm sewing a costume, it happens all the time. I'll go to make one piece and it will be too small or something, and I'm just like, okay, just sew it together, see how it goes. You can add something in. And then it ends up way too big. I have this issue with pleated skirts. This happens a lot. It happens with pleated skirts a lot for some reason, and I've had it happen a couple times with shirts. And I've had it with crochet skirts. I've had an issue with because I have one other crocheted skirt that I've made, um, and I had sized that, and I was like, oh, it's not gonna fit around my hips. I'm gonna be screwed. And I ended up having to actually put a tie on it. I had to run a cord. I had to make a cord and run the cord through the stretchy part of it so that it would actually I can tie it because otherwise it will fall off my hips. And it's like, you son of a bitch. Happens every time. Also, hello, mouse. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, it was in the middle of like a talk when you like came in, so I didn't say hi right when you came in. But hello, hello. Um, Also, my sister and I were talking in the car, and I had the dumbest idea. I'm going to make a diver's cage, and I'm going to cover chat with a diver's cage because I had tried making the simp jail last time. Like I made the simp jail a couple streams back, and it wasn't the right size for the chat box I have, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna just make I'll make a diver's cage because I'm underwater. Of course, it doesn't fit right now since I'm Babbit, not shrimp, but I'm an eldritch horror from the side of the moon that you can't see, so it doesn't matter. I'm a moon rabbit. I don't have to obey by your earth physics. Um, this is nothing but a plush form. I am actually I am eldritch. I asked her. Hello. But yeah, my hope is to finish the ribbing of this tonight. We'll see how well that goes. Also, I found the solution to getting my desk chair back from the cat. I have to put out a full ass second chair. Rue would look at you and say drown. He's an asshole, you know this. Perish, motherfucker, perish. But yeah, I had to pull out a full ass second chair for the cat to sleep in, like. That is him currently. Of course, the camera can't focus very well, but little fucker's just sleeping in a chair. Like, he's behind me. No, I got the second chair. So what happened with that was the little shitter. Oh god, it's Joseph fucking. So what happened was I had gotten up to go get food and he stole my chair in the time I was getting food. And so I'd come upstairs and went, "You motherfucker." So I have this saucer chair, which I use for days that it's too uncomfortable for me to sit upright. Because I've mentioned before, I have to sit upright or my leg hurts. So I have a saucer chair for days that I need to be able to kind of be at a more angle. It's more comfortable. And if I really just want to be cuddled up in a blanket with a heating pad, the saucer chair is the perfect thing. I used to have a saucer chair in college, and that was my favorite chair. But unfortunately, that saucer chair, it snapped while I was in it, and I hit the floor. So I had to get a new saucer chair. So I got a purple fuzzy saucer chair, which is the one that you've seen in photos recently with the cat. So I always have that one just sitting folded up in my room because it's for the days that I'm just kind of working in my room because I use it often when I'm like if I'm cleaning, deep cleaning and stuff like that and I can't be on my feet too long. I'll have the saucer chair and I'll just kind of scoot it around to be able to be down at a level that's easy to clean and I can be sitting down so I'm not hurting myself. And so I always have that in my room. And so I looked at it. It's the same like faux fur that my seat cushion is because I have one of those cat paw seat cushions. And so I was just like, you know what, cat? So I put the chair down next to him. I turned the desk chair with him in it. He looked at the saucer and then jumped straight into it from my desk chair. No hesitation. So he's sleeping in the saucer and I'm working at my desk chair. And it's been working out. And then last night I put the saucer away when I went to bed and he took the desk chair to sleep in while I was working from my bed instead. So I have found a solution for the dumbass so he doesn't steal my fucking chair while I want to work, while I want to stream. Yes, this is all because I wanted him to stop crying in the hall because I love him and I don't like him being distressed. Mouse, please understand, this cat... So, I have a bunch of Ita bags on my I have a bunch of Ita bags on my bedroom door, so it's heavy. My door has a weight to it because I have all of, like, my 20 Ita bags hanging from it. And so when I have my door partially closed, normally he can get his paw in and, like, open it. He can, like, get his paw in and kind of wiggle the door open. However, because of the Ita bag, sometimes it's a little too heavy if it's not cracked enough for him to fully get his paw in. If he can only claw at the edge of the door and not get a paw in, he can't open it as easily. So last night I want to say it was like 4 a.m. or something. I had a severe migraine most of last night, so I can't really remember exactly. I want to say it was like 4 a.m. or something. I hear the scratching of the door, and I ended up getting up to go push the door open for him. So he came in, he got in his chair, and he went to sleep. But I'd rather him sleep in my room in my chair, where I know where he is, than being a menace and getting into things. Currently, Spoiled Boy is potentially going to get a new food dish. Because I've come to the realization that he gets bored with his kibble if he eats the same type of kibble too long. What's funny is he didn't used to be this picky, but now he's picky. He's always been picky, but he's a new level of picky. So I've been considering that potentially, I've read that getting like a raised food dish could potentially be good for him. So I was looking at some while I was shopping today with Spud. I looked at a couple of them, but the problem is most of those ones are ceramic. And ceramic is good for cats. It helps keep like bacterias and stuff like that down versus like plastic, which kind of seeps. But the problem is he's kind of a menace. So I don't really want to get him a ceramic dish. He does have one ceramic dish, but I don't use it often, and it was more for the older cats to use. So I gotta look online to see if I can't get a metal raised kibble dish for him. I was jokingly telling Spud I was gonna get him another slow feeder dish, because all the ones they had were extreme slow feeder dishes. He already hates his slow feeder dish. He gets so mad if he even sees the hint of the fish bones in his slow feeder dish. He gets so pissed off at me. He'll come seek me out and go, meow, meow, meow. Except it's more of a meow, 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 meow. I woke him up. I woke him up. He's looking at me like, Mom, what the fuck? Mommy, what the fuck? What are you saying? He does have the baby sound. Joey has a very high-pitched meow, which is why we don't like him crying in the hall, because it's loud, it's high-pitched, and he just sounds absolutely distraught, and I feel so bad. Mother is saying slurs. But yeah, so he's kind of, I don't trust him with a ceramic dish, so I gotta look and see if I can't find a metal raised dish for him. And even then, I don't know if that would help him. See, here's the problem with him. So, most cats like canned food. They like wet food, like be it the pate or be it shred bits. Not him! No, he's a kibble-only bitch. I got, like, he used to lick the sauce and stuff off of them, but now he'll have, like, 2 bites and he's done with it. if I give him it, so it's like it's not worth buying him wet food because he won't eat it. But at the same time, if he's like bored of his kibble, it's like I can't just go buy a brand new bag of kibble every time he's bored with it, because he gets bored with it like maybe 3 scoopfuls from the bottom of the bag. And it's like, I'm only buying him the small bag. Yeah, the man who only eats kibble does not wish for the kibble because he's bored of it. And it's like, the only reason I figured out that was his problem is I have changed his kibble 3 or 4 times in the past couple of months. So the kibble he really wants, I'm not giving him unless I mix it with another kibble. The man, so I on a whim bought the Temptations kibble for him because I already know he likes the Temptations cat treats because that is the cat treat of choice we use in our house. And we have for years. Clyde used to be absolutely addicted to them, even though she couldn't really have too many of them because they didn't sit well in her stomach. So she used to be limited to them, but if she heard that bag, she was, shoom, there is a cat. So Temptations came out with a kibble, and it has the treats in the kibble, and he will devour that kibble. He goes right through that kibble. That is his kibble. But he got too round. That's the problem. He started becoming an orb, and it's like, I like a fat cat as well as the next person, but I want this cat to live for a long time, and he's only about 9 or 10 years old. Yeah, pretty much. But, so, he really likes the Temptations kibble, however, he cannot have nothing but Temptations kibble, because he gets too round, because he hammers it. And the other problem is, he hammers it, and then he goes and drinks from his water dish. So, he'll go and eat a bunch of dry food, and then he'll go and drink a bunch of water, and so he ends up, basically, the kibble in his stomach will get soggy and expand from the water he intakes, and so he gets too much pressure in his stomach, so he throws up. He throws up on the rug. And he throws up in spots that you don't really pay attention to until you step on dried cat vomit a week later. And then someone's like, hey, clean up your cat's puke. And it's like, young man. So, yeah, I don't like him eating just that because, he, like I said, he goes a little too ham on it. The problem is he really should be on a set schedule for feeding, but the problem is he's just... He has a fit if he has if his kibble is too... Like, he's not constantly at his food dish, but if there's not constantly food in his dish, there's an issue, and he's been like this for years. Even when we had the other cats, this was a constant issue with him specifically, and it's gotten to the point where he starts crying really loudly if he doesn't have any kibble in his dish, or if it's like perceived to be no kibble in his dish by Joey standards. Alright, I think... Alright, I'm almost halfway. I'm almost halfway done with this, with the ribbing. Halfway there. Only halfway there. I've been working on this ribbing like all day, for the record. But you can see why it takes forever, because I'm going up and down, but also going around while I'm going up and down. And yeah, I'm speaking with 1,000-yard stare because I have been cleaning up cat vomit for so long because of my cats throwing up because they decide they want to pound kibble. I just think it'll look nice. Because you saw the test fit when I tested it on the other night. I sent those in chat. So I think this will look nice with a nice tight fit underneath. See, I've considered getting him a drop shoot kibble dispenser. The problem is, I don't want his kibble to go stale, and I know he'd sit there and just keep eating it. Like, he's such a finicky cat. I spoil the shit out of him. Like, you might hear me complain about him, but I will go to the ends of the earth for my cat. Literally, I was looking at $40 bags of kibble at the store today, considering swapping his kibble to maybe something a little more, like, meant for, like, because he's technically 9 years old. I believe last I checked his records, he's about 9. He's either almost 9, he is 9, or he's almost 10. He's one of those three. Um, he's baby boy, but he is technically what's considered a senior cat. He is technically in that age range that is considered senior, because typically 7 years and up is considered a senior cat. So Bonnie Waddles, they were both about 14, 15 when they passed away last year. Earlier this year, they were about 14, 15. Um, so they were senior cats and then some. Clyde was a few years younger because she passed away a couple years prior. Um, so my cats, I want him to live a long and beautiful life. So he needs to not put on too much weight. And so I was looking at cat food that is specially formulated for his age range. Um, and stuff like that while I was at the store today. And I didn't pick it up today because I just bought him new kibble, and I don't want to swap his kibble because I don't want the kibble that I just bought him to go stale, because I know he likes this kibble. The kibble that I bought him today, he eats it fine, till he gets bored with it. But what Spud and I are discussing doing is perhaps changing the flavor of his kibble each time we buy his kibble and rotate the kibble through that way, and that might help him from being bored. Because we used to buy the big 22-pound bags of kibble like once every couple months or so, because we used to have 4 cats. So it makes sense to have a 22 pound of kibble that you put into airtight bins when you have 4 cats. And then when we had 3 cats, it still made sense to have like the big bag of kibble, although we would sometimes just buy the 16-pound bag of kibble instead. And we ended up swapping to just buying him the 3-pound bags of kibble. So I buy him about a bag of kibble every month, and he'll normally eat through a bag of kibble in a month. So normally every month I change his water filters, change the filter in his fountain, buy him a new bag of kibble, and that's normally how he goes for the month. Is new filter, new kibble, and that's what we do. But he, like I said, he's been getting bored with his kibble, and I think it's because he's been eating like the same kibble for a while and stuff. So what I'm gonna be trying to do is to buy him a different brand of, not a different brand per se, but a different flavor at least of kibble every time I buy him kibble, and we'll see how that goes. Because he eats fine when you first change it. So I literally think he just gets tired of the flavor, or maybe by the end of the bag of kibble, he's just like it's too stale for his taste or something like that. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just kind of ab-libbing, seeing what sticks. What does my cat eat? What does my cat not eat? Like I said, I want my cat healthy. Yeah, see, that's the problem. He doesn't like wet food. So with my other cats, we never had this issue because my other cats all liked wet food. So it would be easy enough for me to just buy different wet food for the cats. And I would be able to change it up. I could buy them like a soupy, or I could buy them like a pate, or I can buy them like a different type of shreds. Like I could change the flavor of those very easily. Have a good night, mouse. But Joey doesn't eat wet food. He doesn't eat canned food, and it drives me absolutely bonkers because I'm like, sir, why? Why is this the hill you die on? Like other cats, like most other cats I have ever known, go feral over wet food, but not him. Not him. Yeah, no. God help him. He wants the food that is technically more balanced and better for him, aka wet food, which is actual meat shreds. No, he wants the dry kibble bits. He wants the kibble. He's such a fucking menace. Yes! And then he won't eat it! He eats the dry food around it! He'll let it mold or something like that. He just leaves it. He lets the wet food, like... So you suggest this, but I've tried this. I have tried this with him. Um, so he's so I've mentioned before there was a period of time where Waddles was very sick, so she wasn't eating well, and that's how she ended up eating human food a lot of the time. And I always joke that she eats human food, but it was mostly just she would eat pure proteins. I would give her like a little bit of scrambled egg without any seasoning on it. I would give her a little bit of like chicken without anything on it. I would never give her anything super processed or anything like that. She would just get pure protein, and even if she would try to eat other things off of my plate, she once bit my pizza crust, and I was like, child, why are you like this? But the reason I had started doing that with her specifically is because she had had a health issue where she had been being bullied by some other cats in our household at the time, which, not our cats, they belonged to my dad's ex who, I have words, but I'm gonna keep them to myself. Um, and so we had started her on that, and so I have tried a lot of different food options for my cats in the past, be it homemade cat foods and stuff like that, and he's just a picky bitch. I have tried many different types of kibble, like I have tried like I have tried like veterinarians like level kibble. I have tried certain wet foods. I have tried certain treats. I have tried certain supplements for it. He doesn't even eat churros. Like, he does not like the little cat Go-Gurts. Waddles fucking adored them. But he's so picky. He only likes kibble. And he has since he was a kitten. And at first we thought maybe, oh, he doesn't like wet food because the other cats would normally bully him to eat the wet food. So we thought maybe that was the thing. But he is now the only cat. He has full access to the dishes. And even then, he still doesn't like wet food. But he was the only one who liked pate. Our older cats didn't like pate very much. They like shreds and bits. They don't like the pate very much. Waddles would eat whatever. Waddles ate whatever you gave her, but to be fair, Waddles was a little glutton, and I love her. But Joey, on the other hand, just is so picky. He's very picky, and it's very strange. But I'm not unaccustomed to a picky animal like Joey. I've had experiences with this with Clyde herself had issues with, so I mentioned this earlier. She was addicted to the Temptations cat treats. And I know we would try to buy other brands of cat treats for the cats, but she wouldn't eat them. And Bonnie liked pill pockets, but just the pill pocket. She would eat the pill pocket around her pill. She just liked the chewy bit of the pill pocket, but she would spit the pill back out. And it's like, you motherfucker. So I have gotten very accustomed to like holding a cat and putting a medication in their mouths from my older cats. That's why my hands are like, thankfully, because it's so blurry, you can't quite see how scarred my hands are in some spots. You can kind of see some of my more recent injuries here. Like, I can see them picked up on camera. These are from Joey. But you can see other small scratches and stuff on my wrists and stuff like that. Like, there's one there from the cats. There is a scar going through my tattoo. You can very faintly see this faint white line that goes straight through my tattoo. That is from the cat scratching this while it was originally healing. I'm so used to dealing with my cats and their bullshit. I love them so much. So yeah, he's just a picky boy. I don't know what's his deal. He's just a weirdo. I've tried several different things, and he does like different kibbles, so it's like I don't really have to worry too much about what kibble I buy him. I more or less worry about the kibble I buy him because I don't want him to get too rotund. Because he's already a giant cat. Like, he's already a 20-pound cat. And I don't want him getting... Like, people already think he's fat, but he's not that fat, actually. He's quite, like, if you look at him from the proper angle and, like, how you normally judge a cat's weight, he's fine. Like, he's proportionate to his size. He's just a big-ass cat. And you turned off, didn't you, motherfucker? Yeah, you did. on. My heating pad turned off. So he's just a picky boy. So my idea is potentially I might start using like Chewy to buy food monthly for him or something like that. If changing it up from like the normal cat food I get him every so often doesn't work. I mean, look, this is the same cat who needs to shit in a specific spot in our basement, and if he can't shit in the specific spot in the basement, he just shits there anyway. And if his box is ever so slightly too dirty, he shits beside it. He needs to have 2 cat boxes to himself, side by side, one for shitting and one for pissing. And I wish I was kidding. I really wish I was kidding about that fact, but he quite literally has 1 box for each business. And I'm like, why are you like this? Why? Like, my other cats never had this issue. They would just, like, they'd see their box, they'd go in their box. And I'm like, okay, cool. But Joey, no, he has to go next to the oil tanker in our basement and just, this is my spot to poop. And we don't know why. Because there was a period of time, too. I had moved to an apartment with, like, my mom and stuff like that. There was a period of time years ago that I had done that. Yeah, like, I get that. Like, I understand. But also, the thing is, this is where it gets funny. It's only in this house. It's only in this house he does that. Because I have had a period of time where I didn't live in this house, where he was living with me in an apartment. And he was fine with 1 in the bathroom that we had. He was totally fine with a single litter box, never outside of it. He was fine with it, completely fine. Never had an issue at the apartment. Soon as we moved back to the house, he was back to his old habits of shitting on the floor next to the oil tank until I put a box there again. And then when the older girls died, obviously, we don't need 17 cat boxes. Yeah, pretty much. Like, we moved back to the house, and then once the older girls passed away, obviously we don't need to have about, like, he's a single cat. We don't need to have, like, I think at one point we had, God, I think we had 8 litter boxes total in the house. Because we had a couple on one floor. Like, we had about 4 in our basement. And then we had a couple on the first floor and a couple on the second floor because Waddles was having incontinence issues. So we did have a couple boxes on each floor. So we had quite a few. And so after the older cats passed away, I was like, okay, we don't need all of these. I know for a fact. Well, you have to remember, I also have a 3-story house. I have a 3-story house, and one of my cats had a literal bladder issue. So Waddles actually had an enlarged bladder. So we used to joke she peed the size of Texas. But basically she peed about like a good chunk. Like she could pee about like this much water's worth, like from there up, like she could pee about that much water in one go. And she had been to the vet for this already, so I knew what was up with that because she had had a UTI in the past. By the way, Waddles is the type of cat that you didn't even need to use a pill pocket or anything to trick her into taking medication. You could just put the medication on your hand as if you were giving her cat treats, and she ate it. She would just eat her medication. But the vet did say she did have an enlarged bladder, especially for what? Yeah, I'm talking about Wah peeing the size of Texas. Well, we were talking about Sir Dumbass who needs to have fucking multiple litter boxes in a specific spot in the basement to fucking piss and shit. Well, the original conversation is we were talking about how picky he is. He's so picky. Oh, is that what happened? Alright, guys, I'll be right back. I have to go kill a bug for my sister. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta kill a bug. Where's my BRB? Where the fuck is it? There it is. That's funny. No, it's leggings. It's my skeleton leggings. Ignore my boob. I have successfully killed the bug. It was a ladybug crawling on her ceiling. Anyway. No, I just have, I do have a plastic skull, but it's on my dresser, not under my desk. I also have real skulls. My deer skulls and stuff are on the dresser. They're right over there, but I'm not showing you. No, they're just my leggings. It's because I was wearing a skirt earlier with skulls on it. So I had worn my skull leggings to go with it. I also have, I actually have, yeah, Twitch would probably throw a fit if I showed my skulls on stream. I don't know. It depends. Maybe. We'll find out. No, we're not. I don't want to break any TOS. Look, man. I feel like they'd freak out if I, like, messed my camera angle up just a slightly bit. Like, fuck, man. I think when I was sitting back down, I almost, like, full boob, and I don't need to give a full boob. Oh, yeah, I moved the plushies from under my desk. I moved them to the bed earlier. I threw them on the bed. Welcome back! Hey, Spud, if you want to pet him, he's in the chair again. Spud's yelling at him. You want to come closer? Mom's gonna pull your whole chair over. Hell yeah! he just fucking took it. Oh, you're such a weirdo. Literally, I moved the chair. I pulled the chair closer so I could just pet him while he's in his chair. And he just stood there like, okay, I'm going for a ride. You're just going for a ride, huh, bubbies? Going for a ride, my little picky boy? We're talking about... Oh, I get kisses. I'm getting kissed. And Joey was licking my hand. Anyway, I did have plushies under the desk. I moved them before stream because if my because this is my keyboard thing, so it can move slightly. So I moved the plushies away in case I knocked this. Oh yeah, he's sitting here with his little half-closed stare. He's got his squint face on. Oh, he's getting lifted. Spud has picked him up. He is a disgruntled boy. You get cuddles. I have considered buying a plastic skeleton. I just haven't found a use for one yet. Aster says hi. Yeah, I just don't want to spend $80 on a giant plastic skeleton. Yet. Oh my god, though, Kaylin. I could get it and we could put it in the backyard and have it looking over the fence gate by the flags. Wouldn't that be fantastic? And leave it year round. Exactly. I'm almost like halfway down the ribbing. Yeah, we have a big brown fence like in front of our we have a big brown fence, so it'd be really funny to put it over the top of our fence. Did you just beam too much? Oh, I know he will. I mean, he came back like as soon as I came back. Young man, please stop stepping on that. You are well, last night, so like I said, he likes to stand on that. So he got right on top of my laptop, and I was like, "You motherfucker." Well, you see, I have a 20-pound cat who stands on my electronics. He's a little freak. I grabbed my drink so I could have a drink, and then I didn't take a sip from it because I got distracted. Dippy sippy, bitches. Oh, I did find them. I found where I put these. Yeah. I gotta figure out what I want to do with this thread. It's so thin. I want to try using the smaller hook on it to see how that goes. Oh yeah, so this is crochet thread instead of yarn, so it's really thin. What? I wouldn't be shocked if it did. Oh, that's elastic cording's case. Trash can's right there, so this is a crochet thread. So here is one with the wrapper on it. But it's super tiny, and it's specifically you're supposed to use, where is a US 6 or 1.75 millimeter. I don't have a hook that small. This one's a 2 millimeter hook. I crocheted this little square with I think it was a 3 millimeter, or it was like a 2.75 3 millimeter. So technically, I should actually be using a smaller hook than this one. And you can see this one's already tiny. Like, compare. This is the hook I'm currently using. Like, look how chonky that is. And compare it to the size of that one. Look how tiny that is in comparison. And it wants a smaller hook than that. For the record, that ain't even my biggest hook, though. I have a much chonkier hook. I just don't know where the fuck I put it. I bought that just to kind of experiment with doilies and stuff like that. I just haven't really done much with it. But I don't really crochet with small stuff like that, so I like big chunky things. I like to make giant bees. Even this, technically, I'm actually using the wrong size hook for this crochet yarn. Because technically, I believe Crafter's Secret wants an I hook or an H hook. I hook. It wants an I hook, which is a size below this one. And I know for a fact that the other ones, I believe, are also I hooks or they're H hooks. Yeah, this one's an I hook as well. So these ones want I hooks, but I prefer to use an H hook typically, or this is a J hook. I do all of my worm on string scarves with J hooks. I just think it looks nice. It makes it very flowy. Technically, because I'm doing ribbing, I should use a size hook down from what I did the main project, but I don't want this ribbing specifically to be too tight because this is going around my stomach. I can tell you though, this costume is going to be fucking warm because it's all crocheted. Yeah, and I know, right? They're so expensive. I had to text something. Yeah. Well, so here's my dumbassery. So you came in after I was showing it off. So this costume has the neck ruff, and you'll notice with the neck ruff it has a higher collar. So does this. And these collars are the same length roughly. So this is 2 layers around my neck. I hate things on my neck. It's gonna be so hot. And then I'm wearing leggings with this, as well as a hat, a wig, and a skirt. I can show you the leggings actually too. I do have them right here, so I can show you which leggings will be worn with this, and you'll see why they are gonna go great with this costume, color-wise. I actually bought these leggings. I wasn't intending to wear them with this costume. I just bought them because I like this kind of legging. But these are the leggings that I have that I'm gonna wear with them. You'll see there are these like spacey galaxy, but it's greens and purples, and it goes so well with this. So I'm gonna wear those leggings. And if I finish the skirt and stuff in time, I might do leg warmers with it, but I'm not gonna worry about getting leg warmers done in time because the shirt is taking so long as it is. Like I said, I've been working on this part all day. Yeah, I was planning to crochet leggings. I was gonna do leg warmers. But the leg warmers will only happen if I have the time. I'll potentially maybe do them after Halloween, but it's like I'm not going to rush myself to get them done for Halloween if I can't. I want to get at least, I really just want to get the shirt done and I want to get the skirt done. But if I can't get the skirt, like if I can't get the skirt done, that'll probably be where I'm the saddest. Um I also have to get into my closet because I have old Halloween tutus in the same three colors actually. I have a purple, a green, and an orange one. And if I still have them in my closet, I think they should still fit. They're labeled as petticoats, but they're basically tutus. They're Halloween costume petticoats. They don't fucking count. But if I can get those, I could layer them underneath the skirt, and I think it would add a nice volume to it without having to put the volume in the skirt itself. The skirt's gonna be voluminous if I can get it done right. Um, so it's just a matter of that. Um, but I have to actually get into my closet to do that, and unfortunately, my bed is in front of my closet, so yeah, it'll be a fun adventure. What I'll probably do is I'll probably do it while my dad's on vacation. My dad's going on a vacay in a couple days. Um, I'm really excited for him to be on this vacation because I hope he has a good time. He's going hunting uh down south and stuff, and he's got a couple tags, and I'm hoping he gets something because I know he loves doing that kind of thing, and he's been prepping for this trip for months and months, and I'm so excited he gets to go do something he loves with his friends and stuff like that. It'll be good for him. But while he's out of the house, that means I don't have to be I don't have to be as like this is gonna. There's no way to say this without sounding horrible, but I can be a little messier, which means I potentially can scoot forward. My chair like pushed itself back when I got up earlier. Um, which means that I can potentially like pull a bunch of my stuff, like my totes and stuff. I can pull them into our hallway. Well, no, I'm not gonna sew. I mean, I'd love to, but I don't have the energy to do that right now. Um, but I can pull my totes and stuff into the hallway to free up space in my room, which means I would be able to pull my bed away from the closet to gain access to the closet to look for those boxes. But also, I need to get in there and look at the stuff in those boxes anyway, because some of those boxes have been in there since I moved back to my dad's place a few years back, because I had been living with my mom and then I moved back here, and some of those boxes have been in there for years and I haven't looked at them. I know a couple of them are just book boxes and that's whatever, but I do think there's some stuff in there that's like potentially clothing or whatever that could potentially be like sorted through and put away or like donated, especially some of the other book boxes that are in there, because I know one of them is my manga box. And obviously, I'm not getting rid of my manga. You can pry that on my cold dead hands. I've spent so much of my manga collection. We're not playing that game. But I do know some of those other boxes and stuff in there have like childhood books and stuff like that, like things that I don't think I'd be reading again, or if I'm going to read them, it'd be to my niece. Shut the fuck up. You're a weeb too. You ordered a body pillow of my OC. Heh. Muchas. But so I do know some of those boxes too are like from college and stuff like that. I know there's like rolls upon rolls of my old anatomical drawings and stuff like that. And I would like to potentially go through those old drawings and stuff like that and sort them, and to maybe like kind of stack them in a way that's a little more like space conclusive, because currently the way my closet is right now, you have a bunch of boxes in the back, a couple of outfits hanging up, mostly costumes, and eh, that's hilarious. Twitch is totally listening. Um, but I have I just have a bunch of boxes and stuff in there that need to get gone through and throw some stuff out, donate some stuff just to clear up some space, because it's like it's literally to the point. It's like a lot of the stuff in there is things I have not touched in years. So clearly it's not really something that important to me unless it's keepsake stuff or it's stuff like my manga, which I just don't have a bookshelf for. So it's one of those things. But to do so, I do need to move my entire bed, and that's where the problem comes, is moving my whole bed. Because that would mean I need to pull my rug out from, I have to pull the rug out from my floor so that the bed can move across the tile. I need to move my dresser, my 2 plastic dressers that I use to keep, I mostly keep craft supplies. It's a set of drawers. I have a couple of them, and I mostly keep craft supplies in them, but I do need to sort through 2 of them because I want to get rid of at least one of them because it's deformed and bent, so it's not doing a great job. It's kind of just like a hazard at this point, so I need to get rid of that one. And I need to go through it. So I'm most likely going to be doing a lot of deep cleaning next week. Because the problem is, I don't mind cleaning and I don't mind deep cleaning. The problem is I can't do a deep clean where I pull everything out and then put it all back in one day. I need to be able to have at least 2 or 3 days that I'm able to kind of go through everything, you know? But the problem is I can't do that when my dad comes home at night because he gets up before me. So it's like if I have stuff in the bathroom or if I have stuff in the hallway, it's kind of a pain in the ass for everyone else in my house. So if my dad is away on a vacation, that means that I have the ability to kind of pull things out and I can take my time with it and sort through them without having to be a hindrance to anyone in the house. So that's what my plan is going to be, is to potentially do some deep cleaning, because that's how I was able to deep clean my totes and stuff, because that was when he had taken a different trip a couple months back. I've been able to pull everything out and kind of sort through everything. And I could leave it and then I could deal with it the next day, because it's like I've mentioned this before, I have chronic fatigue syndrome, so I get tired out very, very easily. I am constantly exhausted. And so it's very hard for me to do things in one full, and plus I have ADHD on top of that, so it's very hard for me to do one full swoop of cleaning. I have to be able to break it into parts that are bite-sized and manageable, and they need to be allowed to do other tasks while I'm in the middle of cleaning. So like oftentimes I have a crochet project or something like that going while I'm in the middle of cleaning that I can kind of stop, do a little bit on that, or like just do a little doodling or something like that, just to help me keep my ability to keep going, because cleaning is boring. Like, I don't hate it, but it's boring. It is very boring. But I have a lot of things that I want to get cleaned through and I want to just make some more space to be able to kind of like have a better workspace. To be able to like just do my stuff. Do my crochet stuff and all of that. Like, just like fucking yesterday, I pulled a bunch of clothes out of a hamper that I was just storing clothes in, and I saw clothes I forgot that I owned, and I'm like, huh, right. Not a bad thing though, because most of the clothes that had been put in there were my winter clothes, and it was summer. But now that we're going into cooler season, I will be wearing those clothes again. Like, it's a lot of like my PJ shirts and stuff like that. Like, I mostly wear tank tops during daytime, but I will sleep in t-shirts. So I have like a Hatsune Miku shirt, I have a Walking Dead shirt and stuff like that. I have oversized, like, they're men's t-shirts that I just wear, and they're just very cozy, comfy night shirts. But I also found like my nice PJ pants and stuff that I forgot that I had, because it's now winter time, so I can wear them. And I might finally retire some of my more well loved PJ pants. I wear a lot of fuzzy PJ pants. I have like 5 or 6 sets of them. However, a couple of them have seen better days. They're a little dingy, and it's not because I don't wash them or anything like that. I have had them for literally like a decade plus. Like, some of my clothes are from high school. Let me put it that way. Like, some of the shirts and stuff that I still wear are from high school. That's how old they are. I think the only things I don't have from high school still, I don't wear any of my pants from high school because none of my pants fit. But I do have some of my old shirts and stuff like that that I still wear. Mostly pajamas is what I've kept from high school, because PJ pants are based. And once you find a good comfy pair of PJ pants, like, come on. Pajama pants do last forever. I did get rid of I did a huge closet purge last year where I got rid of like maybe 90% of my clothing. Because I just had so much, but it's like I only wear like 7 outfits, so like why do I need so many? If anything, I change my pajamas more often than anything. Because you have to remember, I work most of the time, so it's like I only really wear like my work uniform and stuff like that, so I don't really need all these other clothes. I also know a couple of my overall short overalls are broken, so I need to get rid of those ones. And I'm less opposed to getting rid of them now because I used to not want to get rid of them because I I used to be able to wear them to work, so they used to be considered work clothes. So I didn't want to get rid of all of my sets. I would just kind of safety pin them together. But I can't wear those to work anymore, so I don't really wear them anymore. I mostly wear leggings and skirts and stuff like that. I wear those as combos, and I do wear like my still fitted ones. My favorite outfit to wear is I have this skater dress that is just so cute and comfy, and it works so good with t-shirts with graphic t-shirts. I actually so what it is it's a suspend. So actually, you know Enna, like you know that series. So it's actually the skirt that I bought for my Enna cosplay. So you know how she has that like suspender top, but with the like bars across the middle piece, and then the black skater skirt. So it's a set like that. That's kind of that's what it looks like because I bought it for my Enna cosplay. I just wear it casually because it's fucking cute and comfortable. Because if I'm gonna buy a cosplay piece, I want to be able to wear it casually too. Like this costume, like I'm making all the parts so that I could still wear them separately if I felt like it. I don't have to wear it as a clown costume. Like I could just wear this as a sweater, or I could just wear the skirt as a bright colored kind of thing. Um, but the shirt I got for my Ina, the skirt oh, I got mine off of Amazon. It's on Amazon. I can send you a link after stream if you want. I actually need to order a new one because the one I bought. Oh, I want to say I bought the XXL or I bought the XL. One of the two, but it's too big on the straps for me. So I actually have to put a safety pin across the back. Hold on. I actually think I just moved it not long ago. I think it's right here. Let me move Joey's chair. I want to say I just moved it. Like, I swear I just saw it when I was putting clothes away earlier. That's a skirt that I made. That's a mess. Well, that's for future Babbitt to deal with. I don't feel like dealing with it. That is for future me to have to fuck with. Good luck, future me. That is not my problem. Those are my pleather leggings. Those are not what I was looking for. There it is. Found it. I knew it was over there. But so the issue I have is I have narrow shoulders. So I have narrow shoulders, which means a lot of shirts, like tank tops and stuff like that, which are made for typically like kind of larger shoulders, will fall off my shoulders very easily. So the skirt and everything, it fits fine, but the problem is because it's technically too big, so like it stretches. It's all elastic. Like this whole thing is stretchy. Okay, so I bought a 3XL. You can't see it's completely blowing out the tag. It's a 3XL. But it's way too big, which is fine because it's got straps on it. So that's not a big issue for me. But the problem is because it is too big on me, the straps are too wide in the shoulder area, so they fall off my shoulders constantly. So my solution is I have put a safety pin to make it into a racer back to make the straps shorter so they don't fall off of me. But I want to order another one just that I don't have to do that and I can just wear it properly. But I really like how the suspender bit works, and it works really well when I'm wearing like a graphic t-shirt. So I constantly like to wear I actually wear my shrimp shirts with it very often. Yeah, welcome to my life. No, do you want to talk about what's a pain in the ass? Try to get a shirt or a sweatshirt that fits, but it's not too bulky. All of my shit is too bulky in the waist and everything because I needed to fit fucking over my chest. It's such a pain in the ass. Everything looks like way too big on me because of it. But the point is what I was that skirt works really well with graphic tees. Yeah, boob problems, unfortunately. Story of my life, bruh. Story of my fucking life. Literally, like when I went to order so I have the shrimp simp hoodie from that I designed on Redbubble. So that hoodie, I had to buy a much bigger size than I necessarily needed just to fit across the barrel of my chest. And most of my t-shirts, I have to get like a 2XL or something just to fit across the barrel of my chest. But they hang off of me. It's so bad. That's why I like that dress though. I Mr. Top 10 list. I'm sorry. We're talking clothing. Aster and I were talking fashion. I was showing him a skirt I have and talking about t-shirt issues because we were talking about clothing and stuff like that. I can't remember how we got on the topic of clothes. But yeah, I like that skirt combination with graphic t-shirts because of the way the suspenders are. It kind of frames the graphic t-shirt, and if I wear it with shirts that have primarily black, it will sometimes look yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I've had shirts like so fun fact, I had a couple of I had a couple of t-shirts back when I was younger that I couldn't wear past like I had them once. I could wear them once and then they didn't fit anymore because of the chest area. I had a Team Jacob shirt and I had a Sebastian from Black Butler, but he was dressed as a cow chibi. I had those two t-shirts and I wore them once and they got too stretched out and they just wouldn't quite fit anymore. So most of my graphic t-shirts and stuff like that are actually men's shirts because it's the only way I'm able to get it to fit properly in the barrel of my chest. But the problem then comes that they're super Yeah, I am Team Jacob. Shut the fuck up. I like werewolves. Edward's a priss. He's a toxic priss. Jacob's a toxic brat too, but we're not gonna get into that. I was young. Taylor Lautner was very attractive to my young brain. To be fair, I also liked Shark Boy when I was younger, so I was more team Taylor. Welcome to my dark past. Hello, darkness, my old friend. But because of that, most of my shirts I would end up having to buy were men's shirts actually. So I used to have a lot of those graphic like cotton graphic t-shirts. Like you know the exact type of graphic cotton t-shirt I'm talking about. Oh, I remember how we started talking about clothes cuz you were talking about my leggings. Cuz you thought that my leggings were something and then I was showing off different leggings and then I started moving on to the topic of clothing. So, sorry, I was trying to remember how we got to this conversation because I knew we had been talking about my cat being a picky asshole. And I was just like, how the fuck did we get to clothing? He thought I had hidden skeletons. Now, like I said, my skulls are all in the dresser. And then I have a giant worm on string in the closet. But yeah, so it's just like I used to wear a lot of graphic t-shirts and stuff like that. Like I had a lot of Bleach ones. I had a couple Death Note ones. And mostly it was Bleach. I had a lot of Bleach t-shirts. My mom and dad bought me a lot of Bleach ones, and I think I got rid of most of them to be honest. The only shirts that I can remember off the top of my head that I kept when I did my huge purge is I kept my Hatsune Miku ones. I got rid of most of my anime ones because I'm not as into the series as I used to be as a kid, but Miku is forever. Miku, Miku, Miku. So I have a couple of Miku ones that I wear. But the fun thing about that skater dress, which is, I kept going to say this, but I kept forgetting it, is if you wear it with a black one, it can kind of look like a dress with a graphic in the middle. So it's kind of customizable in that sense. And I actually had one instance where I have a Jack Skellington t-shirt that I wear as a night shirt, and I sometimes wear it during the day too, but it's mostly a night shirt. It's a giant oversized shirt. It's like 4 sizes too big for me. I think it's like a men's 3X or something like that. It's huge. Like I swim in it. But I was wearing that with the skater dress, and someone at Walmart had stopped me and they're like, "Where'd you get your dress? My girlfriend loves Nightmare Before Christmas." And I'm like, "Oh, it's actually a skirt with a shirt." And I couldn't tell you where the shirt came from because my parents bought this for me like a decade ago. um, because Nightmare Before Christmas is like the go-to thing my mom and dad will buy stuff for me. Speaking of, do you want to see what I got at Michael's today? So it's Halloween time, so they have a bunch of those craft kits. I found a trying to tilt this to the light. I found a perler bead kit to make a little Oogie Boogie head. They had Jack, Sally, Zero, and a bunch of other ones too. However, they all look atrocious. They look absolutely horrible. They did them so dirty. Oogie Boogie was literally the only one that looked reasonable. So I got an Oogie Boogie pegboard. I do have a crochet kit to make the Nightmare Before Christmas characters, and I have glow in the dark yarn to make Oogie, and potentially that might be what I do on Halloween. I don't know. I haven't decided. Spud and I might go do something. I know, the irony of Oogie Boogie being the only reasonable looking one. Like, oh gods, I'd have to like whack. I've always liked it, but I think that was just my little like wannabe goth emo scene kid heart, just like, oh, this is creepy and mainstream, so my parents will actually buy me this stuff. So it's my parents' go-to for stuff for me. Like they still buy me Nightmare Before Christmas stuff, and then they think of it, they think of me because of how much I love it. Um, I'm not as obsessed with it as I used to be, but I was definitely that guy. Um, but yeah, so it's a very good skirt combination, and you can get it on Amazon, and I can vouch for the quality of it. It's very nice. Like it is by far one of my favorite skirts to wear. Next to I have that one. I have one that I made, and I have a skull one that I wear, but the skull one's longer. Yeah, that was like it was good. And then I got into horror films. And now I'm a menace on society. um I always remember something is when I was younger, I was always told that I'm not allowed to watch PG-13 movies until I was 13. However, the moment I turned 13 and got to watch the PG-13 movies, my siblings got to watch it with me. I'm the eldest. So I had to wait to be 13 to watch these movies, but my siblings got access when I did. And it's always been a thing I remember. Like, I have, like, there is a 5-year difference between my youngest sibling and I. And I'm older than Spud by 3. So it's just like, that is not an age. Oh yeah, but after, like, shortly after I got the access to the PG-13 movies, my parents really stopped caring, and I would just binge horror films. I used to have movie nights with my buddies, and we, like, when Netflix was good, like, I don't know if you guys remember when Netflix actually had decent movies. But they used to have a really really good horror section, and more so they used to have a really good horror foreign horror section that I used to love trolling through and finding stuff to watch. My sister recently introduced me to Tubi, um, and I found some interesting stuff on Tubi. Like I this is actually a theme appropriate, but I found a evil clown movie, but it was like possessed by an Icelandic demon called a clown, and it was spelt funny, and it ended up with the dad being decapitated because the clown was possessing him and wanted to eat children. And it was like a weird lizardy clown. It was something to behold. It was literally called like Clown. Um and the thing too, it was good. It was actually really good. I did enjoy it immensely. I would rewatch it. Like that's how that was. It was good enough. I would rewatch it. Um, it was very interesting of a film because it started off. It started off like it was like a Hallmark film, like it had like the telltale signs of like a Hallmark film, like the way the way the things were shot, like the camera angles, the lighting was warm. It had the very much like this reminds me of the Hallmark films my mom watches on Christmas. And all right, we're over the halfway mark of this ribbing. We're halfway there. An hour and a half in after, another 2 hours of it. But look at this ribbing. Look at this intense ribbing. Um, so it started off just like the basic premise was there was this guy who worked for real estate, and his son was obsessed with clowns, but the birthday clown canceled on his son's birthday, and this happens in the first 5 minutes of the film. And so he's at this house cleaning it out because he deals with like estates and stuff after someone's passed away. So he's dealing with the estate aspect of the real estate and stuff like that. And he sees a clown costume amongst all the other costumes in the house. So he's just like, okay, I'll just borrow this. And so he put on the clown costume and he went to play the clown at his kid's birthday party to show he cares. Like, it showed that they had a good, healthy relationship. That's the funniest bit. The main family, had a good, healthy relationship to start with. The kid was just obsessed with clowns. But it was shot very much. There was even a scene where the mom was like sitting on the dad's lap after the kids had like gone to bed and stuff, and she was like grinding on him, and he's still in the clown suit, mind you. And they were trying to get into it, but he was still clown. But he couldn't take the clown costume off. And like he couldn't. The face paint was in like stuck to his skin like a chemical burn, and like he just couldn't get the costume off. And as it progressed, he like tried to pull the nose off, and when they pulled the nose off, it ended up actually cutting him and hurting his nose. The wig fused to his head, so his hair was now just a rainbow fro. The suit slowly started becoming his skin. And he was having like cravings. He was super hungry, so he like destroyed everything in the house, eating everything in the kitchen, and he was just going slowly insane. And as the movie went on, it stopped. It like went slowly progressed from being like this Hallmark coloration, like because it was very bright. Like you know how a Hallmark film is shot, like it's the very bright, like very like home movie kind of thing. Um, and it slowly started like getting that more dingy kind of grayed out horror movie coloration as the film went on and started becoming more and more like a horror film. And basically like they're looking things up and they find out that this is not a clown costume, it is actually the flesh and skin of a Icelandic demon called a clown, and it used to eat children, and it it like used to belong to like this doctor guy's brother, and the brother became possessed, so the doctor snuck out 5 kids for the clown to eat so it would release his brother. The brother is the one who is still around, and he's trying to like kill the main character. The main character accidentally kills a kid and he eats the kid, and then he eats and kills his son's bully. There's a ball pit scene. There is a playpen scene at a Chuck E. Cheese type thing. The wife almost like kills some kids to get her husband back. The husband like tries to eat the children, and just it gets so it like also he like trigger warning for what I'm about to say next. At one point he tries to like game end himself in the mouth with a water gun, and his blood is fucking rainbow colored out the back, and he heals right up. You can't kill him. He's immortal. And he just in the demon clown thing's design was really interesting. I did enjoy it. It was kind of lizard like. Like they made like the clown rough, like like the god lizards and stuff like that, the Jesus lizards who walk on water with the frills. It was very much dark humor, but it was good. Like for a movie that I clicked on because its premise seemed bad, and I like to watch bad films, it was actually really good, and I would rewatch it. That was the thing. It was actually a decent movie. Here, let me find out. I know they have a Wikipedia page. I can find it. Clown film Wikipedia. Fun fact, I was researching clown makeup last night, so my Firefox is just filled with clown makeup stuff. The fact that they refer to the mouth of a clown as a clown muzzle makes me laugh so hard. The furries keep winning. Oh, wait, spirit 16 me. Oops, but it's me a pin. I will click on that in a moment. Hey, come on. Any day. You can load any day, please. Look, if I'm gonna do face paint for this, I'm gonna do it right. I used to... Bun skills unlocked. I actually used to be a face painter. Like, that was something I used to get paid to do. I used to get paid to face paint. So I'm actually pretty decent at it. I also know how to properly deal with my makeup. And I'm not like some idiots that I've known that don't seal their fucking paint in and wonder, oh no, why is everything stained blue? Because I painted myself blue to be a smurf. Oh no, why is everything stained even though you told me you have setting powder? Motherfucker. I don't know. Maybe because water-soluble paint is going to come off with water, like sweat, in a convention center, and under a wig, in a white dress. Bitch. Yeah, that's a fun story. So I'd gone to a convention with someone years ago. Oh, this was back in college. They were a friend of a friend. They were a friend of a friend, and they decided they wanted to be Smurfette for a convention. And it's like, whatever, you do you, cosplay what you want to do. However, they painted themselves blue with, like, Snazaroo and stuff like that. Okay, look, I'm salty about it because I literally had the supplies to fix their problem. Yeah, like, it's... So this person was a friend of a friend, and I was staying at the friend's house. So we had the mutual friend, and all of us were staying at this mutual friend's house before the convention. I had brought my entire makeup kit with me, which includes body paint, sealer. I had all of my special... Because you have to think, I actually do know special effects makeup. That is one of my skill sets. I know how to do special effects makeups, prosthetics, face painting, all of that stuff. I have supplies for all of that stuff, and I have for years. I have been doing it since high school. It is something I'm self-taught in, and it's something I love doing. I just can't do it often because I have incredibly sensitive skin that freaks out when I put anything on it. I can't even use spirit gum as an adhesive. I have to use latex, and latex is also not very kind on your skin. There's no breathability with latex. It is horrible, and it freaks my skin out as much. So, but not as much as spirit gum. Spirit gum literally makes me want to rip my flesh off. Oh, okay, I found it. So, I found this is the Wikipedia page for the film. This is the film I was talking about. I'll send it in chat. There we go. I'll be right back just a quick second. And then I will continue ranting about this person and their unsealed fucking paint. I will be right back. Honestly, I think spirit gum is far more itchy, but I think that's because I have an allergy to it. I don't mind latex nearly as much as spirit gum, but like I said, that is quite literally just I have an allergy to spirit gum, and it's absolutely atrocious. Um, oh, there goes my desk. Ah! I like went to go pull my chair forward, and my desk just went, "Hey, what if we shift the whole desk?" And I'm like, "Could you please not?" Anyway, back to bitching. Back to my rant about sealing your paint. The other thing too is you have to remember like different latex will have different kind of like ammonia levels, so you could have an ammonia sensitivity. Latex is very ammonia heavy. And cheaper latexes do have more of an issue with that. They tend to be a little waterier and they're not as good. Like the best latex I ever used is I used a Ben Nye latex once and that shit was fucking amazing and it's just expensive. Um are you putting cat pee directly on your skin? Are you putting cat pee directly on your skin to know for a fact that it doesn't make you itchy? um, Bethy. But no, there are chemicals in latex that can cause issues. Like I said, I have a sensitivity myself, so I can only do it. I normally only do latex makeup stuff once a year. Normally, Halloween is when I'll do my big looks, and then I will not do it for most of the year. This is one of the reasons I don't wear makeup on the regular. I don't wear daily makeup or anything like that because I have very sensitive skin that is very prone to freaking out, especially on my face. Um, like for an example, I once into oh, Graftobian's good, and Mayron's also very good. Mayron I do like. Mayron I like for face painting. My old white used to be. So I just bought a new Snazaroo. I bought a Snazaroo palette of white for this year's costume. I think I still have some Mayron white. I love how thick it is. What I really want to do is Made You Look. She's a YouTuber who does face painting stuff, and she has a makeup brand, and I really want to be able to purchase her full color range at some point. Because if anyone's gonna have good body paint, she would have good body paint. Um, so I love Lexi's stuff. She's so good. I'm so glad she started posting again on YouTube and stuff. Like, even if it's shorts, I love seeing her stuff. She's so skilled. She makes me want to do so much stuff, but the problem is I have sensitivities, unfortunately. Um, so anyway, so point stands, I have, as you can tell, I have a decent knowledge on this subject, and I have a lot of stuff that I have in my kit for this kind of thing. I have a big old like those like caboodle like makeup kits that like fold out to have like four different shelves and you have like the bottom thing and it's like all organized and shit like that. I have a big kit that I have put together myself over the years. I have had to replace most of the stuff in it, unfortunately, at this point because a lot of it expired, and I'm slowly trying to build it back up. But I just haven't had the energy or fun disposable income to rebuild that kit, and I don't do it often enough to be really warranted to rebuild it right now. But eventually, I do want to do more of that stuff again. But anyway, so the point is, I bring that kit with me every time I go to a cosplay convention just in case I need it. Even if the cosplays I'm planning aren't involved in said, like, that level, I do have, like, elf ears I wear for Splatoon cosplays and stuff like that. And because I'm allergic to spirit gum, I can't use that. I have to use latex to get to adhesive. So I do or I can use, like, eyelash glue or something like that. But most eyelash glue is, latex based. Or at least some of it is. Not all of it. Just don't use nail glue. Nail glue is actually super glue. Point is, I normally bring my kit with me to every convention I go to, and this one was no different, which means I had all of my face painting stuff with me, as well as all of my special effects makeup with me, which includes my setting powders and everything you need to make sure your makeup is not going to go anywhere. Obviously, Aster, I know you're a filthy degenerate homestuck. So I know you know the horrors of not sealing your face paints and stuff like that. Like, you know the homestucks. Um, so like a lot of cream makeups and stuff like that, they're very bad for setting. Um, and she had used a decent face paint. I believe she actually did use Snazaroo as well, like the one I have is Snaz. I like Snaz. They're very nice. They're a cheaper end, they're kid friendly. They're used a lot for like parties and stuff like that. They're what I used to use when I used to do face painting, I used Snazaru kits, and they were very good kits. Um, they last a while. They have very good pigmentation, and they're good for sensitive skin. So I like them personally. So she had done the blue and she had done everything, and I asked her, I'm like, do you want to borrow my setting powder? Because I didn't see her set it. I was like, I have translucent powder, I have actual setting powder. Do you want to use one of them? I also have like blue eyeshadow or something if you want to add some shading in there. Like I asked her if she wanted, and she's like, no, no, I know what I'm doing. I have everything. This is fine. We're good. We're good. It's fine. It's fine. I'm like, okay. And I was like, all right, whatever. You're you, you get to fight that battle. You get to fight your battle. But she's dressed as Smurfette, mind you. So she's wearing a blonde wig, a yellow blonde wig. She's painted blue, and she's wearing a white dress. And we're about to go sit in a car for 20 minutes, and then we're going to go sit on a train for another 30 minutes. And then we're going to be in a convention center in the middle of fucking Boston in spring. So, we have to walk from the train station to the convention center. We're gonna work up a sweat. We're walking around a big and bustling convention center. It's one of the bigger conventions of the East Coast. And we're sweating. There are a lot of bodies. It's humid. There's heat. You are wearing unsealed paints that is water activated. So she got blue on her steering wheel of her car. She got blue on her wig, turning part of it green. She got blue on her white dress, and she was upset about it. And I was just like, bitch, I told you to seal your face paint. I also have other issues with this person because, so I'm sure, because you're a Vocaloid weeb too, you know the song God is an Energy Cheapskate by Mambo P Behind the House? Like, Mambo Dead Behind the House. It's a Gumi song. I cosplayed as that Gumi, and she wears high heels. I don't typically wear heels. Oh, you don't? It's a good one. It's funny. Mambo's stuff is really funny. But Gumi has she has a big old cloud dress, and she has high heels on. I don't normally wear heels, but because I like to be cosplay accurate as I can, I was wearing heels with this cosplay. And I was like, yep, I'm going to wear heels. I know we're at a convention all day and my feet will hurt, but however, I will take the L for the sake of my cosplay. And I'm not going to complain about it at all. This other person, Smurf, was also wearing heels, but we asked her if she was going to be okay with her heels all day. Like, okay, like we're going to be walking a lot. Are you going to be okay with your heels like that? And she's like, yeah, I wear heels all the time. I wear heels all the time. And she was like wearing wedges with her Smurfette costume. And partway through the day, she started complaining about her feet. So we ended up having to go on a fucking goose hunt to find shoes that she could purchase to replace her heels because her feet hurt. We had to keep stopping because her feet hurt, and it's like we asked if you wanted to bring spare shoes. Like, for fuck's sake, I had sneakers in my bag in case my feet hurt. I bring spare shoes with me in case my cosplay hurts my feet. And like, this was around the time I was getting diagnosed with my bursitis and fibro in my hip. So it's like, I'm in fucking pain, bitch, but I ain't bitching about it. Why are you being such a little bitch? You said you're used to walking in heels. You said you were used to this and you would be fine and we wouldn't be doing this. But here we are. Here we fucking are. And so we ended, because the convention center was attached to a mall as well. So we ended up like going to the mall as well and like trying to find a shoe store. And she's like, oh, these are expensive. These are not what I want. They're too tall. They don't fit right. I wonder if we can find some Geta in them. And I think she ended up buying like Geta in the dealer's room or something. And she's like, oh, I can wear these with my other costume later this week and everything. And it's just like, all right, can you just find something that you're comfortable with so we can stop hearing about it? It annoyed me. Like, I get wanting to be comfortable. I understand that. Do not get me wrong. My issue comes from the fact that not one, not two, three separate people asked her about all of this shit before we left the house. Like, before we left to go to the convention center, she was asked more than once by multiple people to make sure she was going to be fine. And then she was complaining at the end of it. I live in America. I've never heard of that store. But yeah, so that was the non-sealed paint debacle that made me fucking feral. Like, I wouldn't be as angry if it wasn't for the fact I straight up if it wasn't for the fact that I had straight up offered to lend her my paint sealer and everything. Like, I offered all of that stuff to her. And then she was complaining about it, and she also stained our mutual friend's countertop, and our friend their mom was fucking pissed because she stained the countertop with the blue paint and everything. And it was so frustrating. God, the camera hates how pale I am. Okay, have a good BRB. I'm gonna keep on trucking because I want to finish this fucking ribbing. Going for almost 2 hours, and I'm like maybe 2/3, maybe a little over 2/3. No, not even. I'm a little over half. I still have from here all the way to here. Like, I'm a little over halfway there. More than halfway there. Halfway there. What are you cooking? Oh. Oh. Well, I thought I smelled like broccoli or something, so. Oh, that might be what I'm smelling. I don't know what he wants. I don't know when he started the crock pot. Because, I mean, it didn't look very cooked when we got home, but it's also been like 5 hours or so since we got home. Does it smell okay? Okay. I don't know, the ribs just kind of scared me because I know how long they've been in the bottom of the fridge. When did Dad get back from Maine? Unless he bought more. I'm pretty sure those are the ribs because I put them in the drawer. Do you care at all? That's fine. I mean, carrots are good. You just hear me ranting about that con experience. I was bitching about the Smurf. Look, I'm still mad about it. I offered her solutions. I won't say no to a carrot. Ooh. Yeehaw, partner. You guys are gonna hear the most annoying sound in the world. Nah. Alright, I'm gonna mute because I'm just chewing this carrot and I know this has to be absolutely obnoxious. Then you drink the ranch.
No.
I'm an outlier. I drink my dressing. I'm also sad that the soda machine was broken at Burger King today, so I couldn't make heathen juice. Plus, they put ice in my drink. I always forget. I don't want to be a bother. I just hate ice in my drinks. Especially just like, I know how much ice they're putting in like those kind of drinks. I'm definitely gonna get this ribbing done tonight. I'm fucking determined.
It's only like 10.
Yeah. And it's only Tuesday. Yeah, no, I was talking like face paint and stuff like that, so I started like thinking about people who don't seal their paints, and then I got mad. Welcome back! And then I got mad thinking about that bitch. And also because they're the same person who made us do the fucking goose hunt for the shoes. I'm so mad. Ba, ba, ba. You had to miss me, the ASMR of me chewing on a carrot until I muted the mic. You guys also missed the prime joke because I muted the mic right as Spud said it, but she said it's a carrot because I'm a rabbit. Alright, enjoy.
I also had soda in the fridge downstairs. My soda is cold now.
Nice. Go enjoy that. Love you. Muchas, muchas. My boy abandoned me a while ago. He'll be back. Oof, Aster. Break your fucking shoes in, you dumbass. Especially before a con. That just sounds like a hell on earth. You played yourself. See, I will be, I will wear my shoes for like a couple weeks before a con or something like that periodically. A lot of the times my con shoes are actually normal shoes I wear anyway. So like for an example, my phlegm in my throat. For example, the boots I wear for my Pokemon cosplays, so I cosplay as Pokemon Trainer White / Hilda, the female trainer from Black and White 1. And I wear combat boots for them, and they're actually my normal daily wear combat boots. I just lace them with pink, and I leave the laces in all the time. So I walk around like in combat boots that have bright pink laces. And most of my other characters that I'll cosplay tend to have flats on, so I don't have to worry too badly, and I can just take the inserts out of like my work shoes and throw them in. Prince is an outlier though, because I had to hunt for his boots, but I haven't had a chance to wear him to a con yet. He is yet to be displayed with Snuppet. And then for Pearl, I wore sneakers with her cosplay. But I bought new sneakers for her cosplay, and I haven't had a chance to wear those to a convention yet. Maka, I bought some boots that I did, I do have whore boots for him. If you give me just a moment, I can show you my boots. Sadly, I couldn't find higher heels. I did want a slightly taller heel for these, but I couldn't find a slightly taller heel in my shoe size that also went as tall as I wanted to without going into stiletto territory, and I can't walk in stilettos, so I'm not going to do that to myself. But these are my boots for Prince. And as you can see, they're very tall. And I had to relace them myself. But their heel is kind of small. It's not as tall as I would have liked. So these are the heels on these ones. But they do go over the knee, which, yeah, they're not. But I spent like $80 on these boots, bruh. These boots were expensive, and they were the closest thing I could find. Like, it is incredibly hard to find boots that'll work for him. And I thought I got scammed out of those boots, to be completely honest with you, my dude. So I ordered those boots, back in 2020 or something like that. 2020, 2021 or something like that. I had ordered them. And they were supposed to ship within like a month or so, but I never got any updates on it. They took the money, and they never gave me like shipping updates or anything like that. And so I was just like, fuck. And it had been a couple months, and like anytime I tried to email them, I got like no response. And I was like, fuck. Are my boots gonna show up? And then my convention got canceled, so it was whatever anyway. And I was just like, are they gonna? And then suddenly they were just one day there. Like, my shipping never updated. I never got a tracking number. And then one day they were just shoved in my mailbox. And they're slightly the wrong size, but I will deal with it for the sake of my cosplay. I just have to wear like thin tights with them or something. But yeah, if I could, I would have gotten a higher one. I really did want a higher heel. Like, I wanted to have at least like a 2-inch heel was the thing, but it's so hard to find over the thigh, like over the knee high boots in a size like 10 or 11 women's with lace up that's not leather or pleather and a stiletto heel, and I can't walk in stiletto heels. So that was my biggest issue, is I can't walk in stiletto heels, and most of those boots are very pricey. So I really would have loved to get slightly taller boots and everything, but you make do with what you got. And those ones, they worked, and like I said, they were like fucking $80, so. Hydration. And that's the reason why it's chat hydrate instead of bun hydrate. Nice. See, I've looked, but the problem because of but my biggest issue is my foot size, so it makes it really hard for me to find things that fit because I have slightly big feet. Like I said, I wear like 10 and a half 11s in women's. So it's like finding cute shoes in my shoe size is kind of an ass. So I really don't buy shoes unless I need to. Right now, I've got to replace my combats. My combats need replacing because I've had them for so long and they're starting to wear thin, and I'm a little upset about that. But thankfully, those ones I do know I can get at Walmart. I can get a good replacement. Though I have been considering to maybe just shell out and get some really good like Doc Martens or something like that. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm a cheap bitch. But I'll probably just buy Walmart shoes because I'm cheap. Cheap, 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 cheap. And I know they have a similar set because... Yeah, see, that's the thing. I've heard about that. Is just because they're, like, miserable to break in. Oh, Potato Cam, you decided to be bad again. I see you're not focused once more. I really should see if I can get in here and, like, fix a manual focus. I know there's a way to open this camera slightly to get a manual focus on it. It's shaking because I'm messing with the camera. I gotta... Oh, yeah, that happens with any tall boot, though, yo. Like, if you have a stiff, tall boot, it's gonna do that regardless. My boots used to do that. But here's my thing is, I wear knee-high socks most of the time. So most of the time my socks kind of prevented them from doing any damage to me. And breaking in my old combat boots was the same way. And they're pleather. They're not even real leather. They're like $15, $20 Walmart shoes. I really miss my old ones. So I used to have a different pair of I used to have a different pair of combats before my current set, and they had gears as their tread, and I loved it so much. But unfortunately, I wore through them until the heel fell off, so I had to get new ones. Whoops. But that's my thing. I will wear a shoe until it's dead. I want those shoes fucking falling apart before I buy new ones. Me staring at my work shoes. Yeah, I called them my steampunk boots. I loved them. But unfortunately, I wore, like, there was a literal hole in the heel because I had wore them so much. Yeah, I want those shoes obliterated before I get rid of them. Like fucking A. So I work in the kitchen, right? So I have to wear special shoes for work so I don't slip. And there is a hole in the top of them, but they're not letting water in yet. So I'm not buying new ones until those fuckers are getting my feet soaked, because that's the only reason I replaced my last pair of Cook shoes. Is my feet started getting soaked, and I'm like, nope. I'm only buying because I don't want to look. Cook shoes wear through so fast if you're in the kitchen a lot. Like, I will have to spend like 60 to 80 to or even more on these fucking no slip shoes, work shoes, and they'll wear out in maybe a year and a half. I've had my shoes maybe a year and a half at this point, maybe a year. And I'm just like, nope, nope. I don't want to buy new ones until these fucking shoes are getting soggy by the end of the night. If there's a hole in it, it's whatever, as long as they're not like, as long as I am not getting my feet wet, I don't care. I'm not slipping, I'm not sliding. My feet are dry, they're good. The moment my feet get wet, I might consider replacing them, because I hate soggy socks. That is like the thing I can't stand, is if my socks get wet. Return to Ad Hell. Back to Ad Hell with ye. Thinking I might stream some Manhattan Time later this week. Not decided yet. I was gonna do Minecraft this week, but I forgot. I forgot. Do you want to know what sucks for a shoe getting a hole in it that your socks get wet? Rain boots. Fucking rain boots. Like, of all shoes that should not allow your feet to get wet, rain boots. But do you want to know which of my shoes fucking got a hole in them and give me the soggiest of socks? My rain boots. My gay polka dot rain boots. Like, I am so mad that they have a hole somewhere in their heel so that I get soggy socks if I splash in a puddle in rain boots. Makes me so upset because I love those boots and I've never found them again. I bought them years ago at Walmart. My dream is to someday own yellow rain boots, but I can never find them in my size, or at least in my price range in my size. Which sucks. I just love the aesthetic of them. I like rain boots. But I used to wear those all the time as casual shoes, and it drove my family nuts. Text Ed. No looky at the phone. I gotta text father. Someday I will have a camera that works without being such a potato. I will have a camera that can actually focus. I've been looking at some. I'm just like, I want to replace my laptop before I like look at cameras fully. I don't stream enough craft projects to like warrant getting a better camera just yet. I can suffer with the potato cam. But someday I will get a better camera for streaming purposes. I also was wrong because I'm sure you saw me talking about the laptop last night. The laptop I'm looking at, I thought it was closer to 700, but it's actually like 620. And depending on if it works, because my dad has a discount card for Walmart stuff. If I get him to let me use it, I could potentially get some monies off of it, and it could be even cheaper. And if it is, I'm technically like halfway there. Like I could potentially get a new computer finally by Christmas if I'm lucky. So I gotta do your commission, and then I'm going to close commissions in a couple days. So if anyone wants sketch commissions, got like 3 days before I close them. Don't waste all your money on me, bruh. I know you need money for your coffee and shit. Do not. I know you. Do gotta say, people did seem to enjoy the retweets the other day of the stuff. I gotta post some more thirsty Rue stuff. Maybe people will commission me. I gotta redo some of my examples for my standard commissions, because I want to do some stuff that's my more, like, elaborate stuff. Because I want to try to offer that. Like, the sketch comms are great and all. I do like the freedom of them, but it's like, I do also want to be able to charge more. So I gotta put a little more effort into it. I say as if I'm not spending hours upon hours for my sketch comms, but that's beside the point. I just like to make my commission good. Yeah, my sister, I forgot that my sister follows my alt account on Twitter, and she got so mad at me for having to make her see Snitty Worm again. She was so upset to see that again. I was laughing when because I was like, why am I jailed? Because I'm in my sister's server. Because my sister has a server that's just a friend server for like 4 of us. And I was like, I looked at the server because I was texting her something, and I was like, wait, why am I jailed? And then I was like, oh right, I retweeted that. I understand my sins. Understood. I will stay in my jail cell. I know what I did. I know the sins. I need to finish I have a more horrible version of the Snitty Worm, and I have a very horrible Vanessa Worm that have been sitting in my whip folder for God knows how long, and I need to finish them. Oh, I can feel it. We're getting closer to being done with the fucking ribbing. I can feel it in my bones. Oh, the baby wishes to be freed. Free me from this. I need to just do some straight up weird body horror and stuff. I think the biggest thing is just like I just don't want to be known for doing that kind of stuff because I just do it on a whim from time to time. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna try to work on my commissions and stuff, and I'm trying to be better about my brain juice about like if I don't get orders, it's not necessarily because of me. The internet's a dumpster fire. I just don't foresee myself, if I actually go back to my normal pricings, I don't foresee myself actually getting many commissions. Like I don't mind it on like some cases. Like I like doing the insect stuff for you, but there's a limit because some people get so weird. You understand that. I hope that if I when I go back to my normal commissions and stuff like the sketch commissions with the full prices that are closer to like 80 and stuff like that, I hope that people will still want to commission me for stuff. But we'll see. We'll see because I know how people are. People are cheap. Yeah. Ugh, my throat is so sore. I like forget how sore my throat gets after streaming for a bit because I hadn't streamed in so long, and then like last week I streamed like most days of the week last week. Well, it helps that I like figured out like the thing with with my iPad, like that alone, like I really cannot explain how that was the biggest thing stopping me from streaming. It wasn't necessarily that I had nothing to stream or desire to stream because I love streaming. It's fun. The issue was I didn't want to deal with the frustration that I normally get from my iPad with its disconnecting and everything. I thought I heard my cat. I did not hear my cat. Brat. He left me. Also, I love the fact that the worm on string will look at me when I'm talking. I am so glad that that got sorted. It makes me so fucking happy. Like, I literally cried tears of joy. Like, I cannot tell you how excited I am that I could just plug it in and go. I can just stream from my laptop again. It's so nice. And the next step is like, if I get my laptop replaced, I can start posting YouTube videos again. I know, right? I am so glad that someone really cool and talented helped me out. Tell us more, Gogo. Tell us more about how awesome this person is. Seriously, though, I love you so much for that. I love you've been lurking this. You've been lurking, and then you're like, I need to remind people I'm cool and awesome because you are. Gogo's like, let me just swooze my way in. Let me swoosh my way. I have literally cried tears of joy over how well it works, and it makes me so excited to just be able to stream more often. I was also going to stream yesterday, but by the time I actually got everything set up, because I was fucking with the potato cam yesterday to try to set stuff up, I was like, I'm not streaming at 10 p.m. It was way too late, so I was like, I'll stream tomorrow. But yeah, no, the fact that I got that all sorted out makes me so happy. And then like once I get my laptop replaced, I'll be able to start editing videos for YouTube and stuff again more like frequently, and I can be writing more and not getting frustrated. I can actually get stuff done. I can multitask and do stuff, and it's going to be so good. More so too cuz the PC I'm looking at, so I'm looking at a laptop and it has 16 gigabytes of RAM. And I'm like, yes, tasty. The current PC I'm running on, like my streaming laptop that I do my streams on and stuff like that, this is a 8 gigabyte RAM laptop. And then I have a POS that has only 4 gigabytes of RAM, and it's supposed to be for everyday use, but god damn it, does nothing fucking function on it. Literally, it's like a brick sometimes. I literally just read webtoons on it. That's how, like, functional it is. I can't even watch YouTube on it without it shitting itself. Like, I can't even watch 240p or 140p without it shitting itself. That's how bad that one is. It's not even old! Aster, do you want to know the sad part? The model of laptop that is giving me trouble, like, this little bitch. Yes, I had it next to the desk. This thing, you could still buy this exact model at the store. This thing is only maybe a year or two old. It is not that old of a laptop. It just sucks. Like, do you look at the fans? Do you see where there's no fan hole? Like, it has no way to release the heat from it. You can't open the shell. I can't get in this. I can't do any modification or anything to this thing. It does not let me. Yeah, but here's the thing. The one I'm streaming on is also an HP. I don't mind HPs. The one I'm using right now is the one I'm streaming from, the one that everything's hooked up to right now. That's an HP. It works fine. It's completely fine. The only problem is I broke the keyboard on it. That's the problem with this PC, is I broke the keyboard because I spilled Dr. Pepper on it on accident, and it fucked up the entire keyboard. So, fun fact, whenever I say I can't type on that keyboard, here's my USB keyboard. So from here to here, up to here, like this diagonal down, you can't type with this whole section right here. You can't type with it. That's the problem with my current laptop's keyboard. That drives me nuts, and it's what makes it unfunctionable. Because you do not realize how often you need the N key, the Enter key, the Shift key on that side, as well as all my punctuation. That is the problem with this PC, is that's what's broken on my keyboard, is all of those keys from a tiny droplet of Dr. Pepper got into it. And no. So here's the thing. I think there's something up with this model, because Spud has the same model in a different color. Spud has the same model in a different color. She has the red version. And her keyboard is also broken in a similar fashion, but she's never spilt anything on it, which makes me wonder if there's something bad with the keyboard ribbons. But other than that, it's totally fine. I like this laptop. It works well enough. It's served me well for like maybe 4 or 5 years. 6 maybe. I've had this laptop for a hot second. And the only reason I have this laptop is because my other laptop decided it just didn't want to work anymore. So a few years back, so funny enough, it's another HP. You would think that I would realize HPs give me trouble sometimes, but honestly, it's a good amount of time. Like I said, it still literally functions perfectly fine. Like, it runs smooth enough. Everything runs perfectly fine on it. Like, I can do all of my work on it. If I'm using, like, my external keyboard and everything, it just doesn't function as a laptop, really. The battery is a bit shot on it from overcharging, but that happens to laptop batteries all the time if you can't replace the battery itself. That's not a big deal to me. It works well enough. And I'm normally not using it off of the charger anyway, because I'm normally using it as a desktop with like mouse and keyboard and everything, because the keyboard's broken on that one. So it kind of limits its ability to be used as a laptop, which is why I have this one. This was supposed to be the replacement that I would be able to just type on. This was supposed to be the PC to allow me to do work on when when the keyboard broke. This is like a $200 laptop. It's not that expensive. I checked the price at the store the other day. It's like maybe $160. It's not that expensive. And I think it was actually cheaper back when I bought it. But the thing is, with that laptop, the RAM is so shot on it. It's just I also think that one has a faulty Wi-Fi chip in it, because when I'm trying to work on it and stuff, sometimes it just will disconnect, or it will not find networks randomly. Like, if I open this one up from a hibernation or a sleep right away, it will connect to my Wi-Fi without a single issue. It automatically will connect from my home Wi-Fi, no issues. The other one, though, however, takes like 10 minutes to be able to even find a network most of the time, or it'll be connected and it will just not say there's any Wi-Fi. It won't let me connect to anything. It's connected, but it won't connect to anything. So I think that one has a faulty Wi-Fi chip, because it's been giving me those problems since I bought it, and it overheats, and it doesn't let me run fucking anything. I can't even run video editing software on it. I use Wondershare Filmora, which isn't even that intensive of a program, really. I use an older version of it, and it won't let me run it. It just, like, it won't even fucking, like, I can't watch YouTube on it. It stutters and stammers and loads forever. And if I'm using, like, at most, like I said, I can read webtoons on it, and sometimes I can use my Google Docs to type on it and maybe send an email. More often than not, I will just type something on that one in Notepad and copy paste it into my email, save the email as a draft essentially, and then just boot up this computer and send it from this one, because this one functions so much better. Like, right now, I have fucking, like, Firefox open, I have Clip Studio Paint open, I have my VideoTube Mini open, I have OBS open, I have Windows Media Player open, I have Discord open, and I have background processes playing. And this one runs fine. I don't have an issue. It runs completely fine. I also have it plugged into my tablet. It's hooked into Bertha right now, so I'm actually using that. And it's running a webcam. It's got the, my ring light is attached to it to get power to it. I've got my headphones and stuff attached to it. Like, it runs fine. This one runs fine. It's just the keyboard is broken. The keyboard is just too broken. But also, like I said, this laptop is also a few years old at this point, so I'm not really... You can still buy this exact laptop in the store as well. You can buy pretty much this exact laptop still. I saw it the other day. It's like $500 for this one. But the one that I found a Levano. I've never used a Levano before, but everything I was reading about the specific one I was looking at is good reviews. It has the gigabytes I need for RAM. It has 16 gigabytes of RAM, which is very nice. More so for a pre-built machine, like 16 gigabytes of RAM for a pre-built machine, and it's under $700, I think is pretty good. It had like a 512 gigabyte solid state drive, which is good for me. I believe this one is 2 something. What is your capacity? Yeah, this one's only a 237 capacity one. So it has almost double the space. See, I've heard I don't like Acers and I don't like Asus. That's the thing. I have bad experience with Asus personally. My favorite was Gateway, but Gateway doesn't really have laptops much anymore. I tried to check their site and I didn't find anything. It's all coming soon. I think they were bought up by someone else too. I'm really upset that my Gateway broke. So when it comes to laptops, I have used Dell. I don't like Dell. I've had too many issues with Dell PCs. My sister specifically had a lot of issues with Dell laptops. She has so many break. My very first laptop was an Asus, and it gave me burns. It gave me literal burns from how hot it would blow. It would get so hot fast. It would burn my thighs if I used it as a laptop. I used to have to, like... So, my dad has organ transplant ice packs. And I know that sounds out of pocket, but that is legitimately what these ice packs are. He got them. They were used to transport organs at one point. But they're these big flat ice packs. I used to wrap them in kitchen towels so they wouldn't condensate. And I would stick those directly underneath the PC. And that was how I would cool it down. They would have literal ice packs underneath it to keep it cold. And that was the only way I could use it functionally. And then I had... So after my Asus, I believe, I got my Gateway. I think my Gateway was after my Asus. My Gateway was a beast. It was a 17-inch laptop. That thing was huge. I had to buy a custom case to be able to use that one. So I had my Asus, and then I had my HP, then I had my Gateway, and the Gateway was lovely. I loved my Gateway one, to be honest. Like, I really did not want to get rid of my Gateway one. I loved that one, and I still have it. For the record, I still own all of my old PCs. I still have all my old laptops.
Um, I understand. So I still have all my old laptops because I'm just not sure what to do with them. I really should just wipe them and donate them or something so they can be recycled, but I still have all of my old ones. So the issue I had with my gateway, I loved my gateway, and the gateway was really cool because it actually had a dual system. So it had two power buttons on it, and there was a Linux operating system on one side, and then there was the Windows on the other. And I loved that. It was cool. So if something was wrong with my Windows side of the PC, I often was able to go into the Linux side of the PC, and I was able to still access stuff to kind of fix things and get my files off of it. Like, it had the two different operating systems that still let me kind of modify the system itself. It was really neat. But unfortunately, it so I don't think I've ever ranted about the fact that I hate Facebook on stream before, but I don't like Facebook because my mom used to use it on my PC sometimes, and she also would get malware on my PCs often. So my computer ended up getting a bug, and I had to take it in, and we ended up pretty much having to wipe it and reinstall Windows. But after I did that, I wasn't able to use the Linux side anymore, and it basically was shot. Like, the whole PC was sluggish. Oh no, mom's killed 3. Mom killed 3 of my PCs. Um, Mom has killed multiple PCs of mine. So that was the first one that got cooked. So that was the one I had used to. I believe that was the one I used to replace my Asus when that one like burned my thighs and it was just too much. It was just not functioning enough. It started lagging super badly. It's like even when I would clean it out, because the thing is, I'm not necessarily bad with computers. Like, I like to say I'm stupid, but I'm stupid on modern things because I don't keep up with it anymore. But I used to actually take like computer tech courses and stuff like that, and there was a period of time where I could have taken courses to be certified to be an IT technician. I just chose not to because that wasn't the career path I wanted to go into. I wanted to go into art. Um, so I did know a lot about computers back then. Obviously, my knowledge on it is kind of outdated. I still have a basic knowledge of it for some things, but there's a lot of things with like connectors and streaming and broadcasting and stuff like that I'm not as familiar with. Like, obviously, like, I know to a point, but I'm better at just looking at parts, reading things, and building than I am at like actually knowing how it actually all works. I know the basic gist of things to put things together, and I could build a PC pretty well. But I haven't done it in a long time, so I'm very rusty, and I would have to read up on like all the modern parts and like modern connectors and modern like graphics cards and motherboards and stuff like that. I would have to refresh my entire information base on it, but I used to know it very well. So back when I had those PCs, I knew a lot about PCs and stuff like that, and I was in tech classes and stuff like that, so I had the tools to be able to deal with them, and I could bring them to my teacher, and he would help me with them. And so after that one, I believe, I got an HP, I believe, was my first HP after that one, and it worked fine. It was fine. But the problem ended up being that it ended up not being able to. It was kind of a lower end one because I bought it just to replace my cooked gateway. Okay, actually thinking about it, my mom only cooked my gateway. She cooked my gateway, and then she cooked one of my other HPs. The HP that I'm about to talk about is the second one she cooked. She didn't cook 3, she cooked 2. So mom had cooked 2 of my PCs. So I had my gateway got cooked. So I got an HP because I was like going to college and stuff like that, so I was gonna need a PC to work for my school. I also was still doing a lot of commissions online, but I was charging like pennies, and I was just drawing a lot in RP groups and stuff like that. And this was around the time I think I met Chi, was around that time when I had that computer. So this was late 2012, 2013 area. Like, so it's about that age of laptop, so 2012, 2013, 2014 roughly. So I got an HP then. And that was a decent laptop too. The only problem that came up that I ended up having to replace that one. The reason I did end up replacing that PC is it wouldn't let me run Adobe Illustrator or Adobe Photoshop, or Adobe InDesign. AKA, it didn't let me run pretty much any Adobe program without a lot of issues, which was a big problem because they were required programs I needed for my classwork in college. So I did end up getting a silver laptop, another HP. That would be the one before this one. So I wasn't able to. I'd gotten that PC so that I would be able to run my Adobe programs on it, and it worked fine. It worked fine. For the record, the HP that was before this one that my mom also semi-cooked, it still functions. I can still turn it on and everything. I can still log into it. I still have it. It still works. I just don't use it because it's sluggish. Because my mom used to use it. Because that was the one I would let her use after I got my new one. I was like, okay, Mom, you can use this PC for whatever you want. Just don't fuck with my files on it. Don't mess with my account. You can use your account. I set you up an account. Just use that. And I locked my account so she couldn't get into it. Fun fact, my mom doesn't listen to me. My mom forgot the password for her own laptop, and I keep telling her I can't access into it. I can't backdoor her PC to get her password to let her into her account. She needs to deal with that. She needs to call HP and deal with it that way. And she like tries to keep giving it to me to fix for her, and I'm like, Mom, I cannot fix your PC. How many times do I need to tell you I can't fix your PC? You lost the password. That's a you thing. I can't help you. My mom's always been bad with tech, so it's not a shocker. So my old HP, it still technically functions. And so I had gotten a new one that would be able to run all the programs that I needed to be able to run. And that was the PC I used before this one. So it's the PC right before this one, and it's the entire reason I actually got this one in the first place. That PC worked fine. It was a good laptop. I was able to run my drawing programs on it. I could run my video softwares on it. It was a fine laptop. It was running Windows 8, I believe. It was a good laptop. I liked it. It wasn't bad. I was fine with it. Everything functioned. And then one day I went to go turn it on and just wouldn't. I could put it on its charger and everything and try to turn it on. The backlight lights up. Nothing else loads. I can't get into the BIOS. I can't boot refresh it. I just can't get in. The backlight lights up on the screen. That's it. I have no idea what the fuck cooked it. I don't know if the screen is just dead or what have you. But that laptop just one day decided, hey, fuck you. And so I ended up buying. Alright, I'll wait. I'll wait till you're free of ads. Free you from the ad. Oh, my throat hurts. It doesn't necessarily hurt, but I can hear it. I can feel the raw. I got the smoky tone going on in the back of my throat. Which would be fine if I was trying to voice someone who's supposed to have a smoky voice. Like, if I was trying to voice Wolf Mom right now, it was fine. That'd be fine. But I'm not trying to voice Wolf Mom, so a smoky, raspy undertone to my voice is not gonna do anything good for me. I think it's so funny. It's like, I will talk all day. I would talk all day at work and everything, but it's only when I'm streaming I've realized that I get like I don't know if it's just because I'm continuously talking for hours on end that I get the rasps to my voice, but it's only when I'm streaming. But I'm not voicing Wolf Mom right now, so it's not going to do any good for me to have that slight fry at the back of my throat. Whew. Yeah, it's probably the continuous talking. It's funny. Hello, Bringer! Oh no! Why you running on 1 hour of Eep? But also, can we talk about the fact that we're like almost 3 hours in and I'm still not done with the hem of this because this just takes so long? What was I? Oh yeah, so basically that PC, oh Jesus. I'm sorry, bruh. So that laptop, just for whatever reason, I don't know what cooked it. I literally don't know what happened to it. But it just like won't let me get into it. It just completely black screens. But the backlight turns on the screen. Like, it lights up as if it's going to load, but nothing ever shows up on screen. Nothing loads. And it's like, I've never figured out what the fuck cooked that laptop. Like, one day it was working completely fine. Like, I've had my antiviruses running on it just fine. No one else used it but me. And then just one day it decided, hey, I'm just not going to function. And I was just like, what? So that's when I bought the current PC I'm using. So in total, I had my Asus, my Gateway, 2 HPs, my current HP, and then the dumbass laptop. So I've had a total of 6 laptops in the time that I have been using computers. So roughly, I want to say that's like from 2008, but some of them there was quick years between them. Like I believe my Gateway only lasted about a year or two before it got cooked. One of the HPs only lasted a year before it got cooked, and it's just like. But yeah, so over a decade of laptops and stuff like that. Like 14 years I've been using PCs. But some of them just fucking just got fried, and it's just like, why? And then my current one, like I said, I accidentally spilled a little Dr. Pepper on it and fucked my keyboard over, and I've been screaming since. Ew! Yeah, see, it just I wish that I was easier to deal with them. Oh, and I have a tower. I do actually have a PC tower. I just don't use it because I need to replace some stuff in it. Like I do have a tower, but I need to open its guts, and I want to replace some cards in it. That's fine. That thing runs fine. I just don't use it because I just need to rewire it a little. But the time of when I was going to rewire it originally was when RAM and everything was going for fucking thousands of dollars because all the NFT bros were making all their farms. So all computer parts cost out the ass. Oh no! That sucks. Oh. 2/3 of the way done. 2/3. I got a third left of this thing. Hell yeah! Let's see if I can finish it before midnight. And then I have to do the sleeves. But I want to get this ribbing done. I just want this ribbing fucking done. But yeah, so I have found a new PC. I just have to save up for it, and potentially it should work out. Like, if all goes well, I will just have to spend a few days to a week, 2 weeks, removing all the bloatware from it, and then moving all of my program subscriptions, because a lot of my stuff, it's like you can only have this installed on one PC, so I have to go through all of that. Oh, and then there's my sister has a Mac, and I used to use that occasionally while my PC was being a dumbass, but her Mac is like locked from her, because she got it from her college, and it got locked, so she can't even update the system. It won't allow her to install updates because it's locked from her school. Even though it's her like, literally, it's paid for in her tuition and everything, so she should have been able to just update it, but no. So we have basically a brick of a MacBook. Like, it's so outdated, so most... So, it's... What was I saying? So, it's, you should... So, like with Macs and stuff like that, you should be able to, like, use your iPad, iPhone with them, and you can AirPlay against them without an issue. But that MacBook one can't update, so it doesn't connect to newer devices. So when I tried to pair my iPad to it, it was just like, no, your device is too new. And I'm like, buddy, my iPad's a 2018. So that's why I was struggling with it with my Windows for a while, until GoGo was so smart, so handsome, so hoarse, so MVP, and told me how to fix it. So now I have my iPad streaming, which is fantastic. And yeah. Oops, me just crocheting out of frame. Ooh, extra limbs for flavor. We do love a good extra limb for flavor. Yeah, 2/3 done. So close. Okay. Yeah, I saw that. I figured I should text Dad to ask about that.
Yeah.
Well, it's because we were both talking about it. I'm like, I'm a text. Nice. But look how much I've gotten done.
Why not? Fun.
It's good shit. Do it.
Maybe for-
His quirk is gun.
He's not the one with extra lips.
Well, no, I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I think it's funny.
Throw him for a loop. We'll never see it coming.
Puggies. Puggy. Have I shown you guys the coin jar my mom got me as a gift? Do you guys want to see the coin jar my mom got me? Sorry, Spud talking reminded me of the coin jar mom gave me. But yeah, so extra libbies. Which one did you decide you're gonna give that one to? Look at him. He's full of pennies. He's full of pennies. He crave Cooper. My mom got it for me because it looks like my cat. But look at this. Look, it's got a little. The funniest bit is if I open the bottom and show you the inside, there is black glaze dribbling down the mouth hole. Isn't it just hilarious? So you have the one Sid with the quirk gun, because he's the one you decided was quirkless and just a gun.
Yeah.
Then you have the eagle eye or whatever you decided to call it, like the sniper. And then you have Limmies.
He doesn't like his carefree attitude.
Love it. I love Sachi just keeps getting more and more developed.
I know, right? Blorbo.
She's so blorbo.
Put her in the rock tumbler.
I think she's already pretty smooth. Smooth brained.
Yeah.
But yeah, did you guys like that coin bank? Hell yeah. So we actually gonna see these people soon. Babbitt would enjoy having visual representation. Oh, is your arm doing the thing?
Bestie, I only draw once in a blue moon. Come on.
How do you draw that's upsetting it? Oh. You could always work at your desk. Why don't you use your, why don't you have a bed desk? You could always do that and then lean it against it to kind of get that tilt that you want.
It's not that, but it's just the way I sit.
Yeah.
And my arms just
I could offer you saucer chair. It's very good for posture. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, let me know. By the way, the pencils and stuff should be here by, like, next week. I know you're not. I'm just letting you know. They'll be here in time for your vacation. I just thought you'd like to know that one. So you'll be able to use them on vacation with your new jelly gouaches. Oh, that's exciting. Alright, chat, here's a question for y'all. So, Spud bought me a birthday gift. And I am not allowed to have hints for it to try to guess it. The hints that I have been given pretty much is 1, I'm not allowed to know the price. 2, it is not a household appliance or an electronic. 3, it is pertaining to a hobby of mine, but it's such a niche hobby of mine she can't tell me the hobby or it would give it away. 4, it could be used by multiple people, but it is specifically for me. However, my problem is I have so many niche hobbies and everything, I cannot think about what it is that she bought me. All of my guesses so far have been wrong. And it is not a vape, you piece of shit. I don't think you guys heard her wheezing laugh. I know it's not related to yarn. It is not technology based. She is not buying me an eat a bag because she does not want to feed into my addiction more than she already has. It is not related to dice. It is not related to video games. However, I cannot think. It is not a Tamagotchi either. So, I'm not sure what of my niche hobbies it could potentially be. So if you guys have any guesses, tell me. I do know it is shipping from overseas. That is one of the things I know. But it's just like, it is not button related. I did ask her that already. I asked her about that. That was one of my earlier guesses. I asked her if it was a new button press or something. And it's not a gumball machine. I did ask that one too. But it's not directly craft supplies either. That's the thing. She has said that. And it's just like, I have so many weird niche hobbies that I'm just like, So I told her I would ask chat at some point to see if any of y'all could put some guesses out, and she wanted to hear your guesses. So far, you have Aster guessing a vape, and Aster also guessed something button related. Yeah. And it's not food or drink. She did clarify that one too. But I'm just sitting over here. She's not, for once. So the thing is, she doesn't want to lie to me about it either, because she knows if she lies to me and I guess it while she's lying to me, she gets a very smug "I told you so" from me when I get the thing. Yeah, the for once thing is because, okay, so I don't think I explained So the reason I don't get hints is the reason this has become a game is I'm normally very good at guessing what she buys me as a gift. I once guessed that she bought me an eat a bag from the shape of the Amazon box she got. Like, and there have been other instances where she bought me a Fuji. I have one of those Fujifilm cameras, like the little Polaroid cameras. I have one of those, and I had guessed that, and she had tried to tell me no, that wasn't it. But the day I opened it, I looked at her and I just gave her the smuggest little Bappet face. There was another time where she like barely gave me any hints, and I'm at work and I text her randomly. She asked. Right, that was it. You asked me a color, and then I was at work, and then I text her Tamagotchi. And it was. She got me the Alice in Wonderland Tamago. So, I normally guess things pretty easily. And I normally dolphin brain my way to figuring it out, what she's gotten me. There have been a few instances in which I haven't, like my amiibos I didn't guess. And that is because of one reason, is because I was looking at a completely different price point for the amiibos than she was looking at, so I had a different thing in my head, so when she had told me roughly what she spent, it was different than the number I knew, so I kind of wrote it off. But for the most part, I normally guess what she has bought me, and this is the first year that I have not been able to suss out what she's gotten me at all, and she is deeply enjoying it, but at the same time, I'm just like, And I'm glad she's having fun, because I know how much of a killjoy I can be sometimes. But the problem is, it's like, the niche hobby it is related to, apparently, is so specific that if she told me the niche hobby that it is related to, it would give it away immediately of what it is. But the problem is, I have so many hobbies, I can't figure out which hobby it is. It's also not a doll. She did tell me that one the other day, too. It's not a doll, and it's not Pokemon cards. Alright, so it's not even Pokemon related, but it's not video games, it's not electronics, it's not a household appliance, it's not yarn related, it's not dice related, it's not a button machine, it's not food or drink, it is not dice. So I'm sitting over here like, bestie, I don't know how many hobbies I have. And she's snickering evilly because she's so excited for the fact that I haven't guessed it. And it's shipped and it'll be here sometime this week, next week kind of area, potentially. And so she's stuck between debating if she wants to give it to me a few weeks early or not, if it arrives early. Or holding out to get, because she wants my reaction to it. Yeah, see, that's the other thing, is it is something that I have explicitly stated desiring. So it's like, it is not something that I have not thought about in past. I know what it is, I just don't know what it is. So I told her I would ask chat since y'all know me too. And she said that like some people like that have known me for a while could potentially guess it maybe. So like it's one of those things where I'm just like, But it's like, no, it's not macrame because it's not directly related. It's not craft supplies. That's the thing. She did say it's not a craft supply and it's technically something that could be used by multiple people. However, it is explicitly being purchased for me. And I'm gonna lose my marbles over it. But I know she is getting a lot of joy out of it. So yeah, Aster had guessed macrame. That was another one. So I told her I would ask you guys, and she wanted to see what kind of asinine responses you guys could come up with potentially of what she has purchased. And I know it's not any electronical kind of thing because she doesn't know that very well. That's more of my wheelhouse. So if she was gonna do that, she would just tell me. Yeah. So yeah, that is the point of which we are currently at. Right? It's challenging. Because I'm stupid and I have too many fucking things that could be considered a hobby.
I swear, once you know what it is, it's all gonna click.
Yeah, I know it will.
All of these questions, all of these answers.
And it's like, the thing is too, is I've asked her questions, like that's how I've gotten all of these responses to know what it isn't, because I have put thoughts out there of what it could potentially be. And it's I think my biggest issue that I am having with trying to guess it is because my brain is very focused on and it's also not something I am currently saving up for myself. That was another thing she said. It's not something I have currently been saving up for myself. But it's something I want. It is something I explicitly do desire. And we have had conversations about it. I just can't think of it. But yeah, so that's Bringer says, well played, Spud. Like I said, she's enjoying it, and I'm glad she is, because I know this has been an ongoing thing for the past, like, 6 years. Yeah, I want to say about 6 years we've been having this.
Because without fail, your dolphin brain always.
Yeah, normally my dolphin brain just kind of leaps and bounds over it, but I think the problem I have running into is I have current things I am currently focused on saving up for. So they're the only thing I can think of for things I want actively is... Yeah, okay, so that's another... Is it a DVD set? Okay. Yeah, DVDs would be considered technology-based. Alright. So yeah, that's where we're currently playing at, because it's like the only things I can think of are like things I have been actively researching and saving up for. So it's like my gumball machine or the new laptop. Like those are the things on the front of my brain. Look, buddy, if I find one at an antique store that fits my specifications, that bitch is coming home. Look, it will happen. Look, if I was able to get a proper gashapon machine that I could just keep on my desk, I would. I don't know if I've ever told you guys about my obsession with gumball machines. Have you guys ever heard my vending machine obsession? It is a rabbit hole and I am a rabbit. I'm a moon rabbit. Hippity hoppity, your bones are my property. Anyway, I'm obsessed with like I really want to get a gumball machine or a gotcha machine that can vend capsules that are about like an inch wide or so. Like I want to get like the nice little capsules. Like I have one on my desk. Hold on. Like the ones I'm looking at are slightly smaller than this. Like I want just like nice little capsules, like about an inch wide or so. By the way, this is a tiny sleeping Lloyd. If you want to know what's in here. If you wanted to see what it was in here, it's a little tiny, the camera keeps lighting him up. It's Lloyd from Spy X Family. I was trying to get Yor, but I got Lloyd, and that's fine. I wanted Yor, though. I do have another set of these capsules I got that I have Yor, Lloyd, and Anya. But I don't, those ones are currently in my, claw machine. Currently, those ones are in my claw machine, or I'd show off the wife and the daughter. But I really want to get a gumball machine, or a gachapon machine that can dispense those tiny capsules. And the reason I want that is I want to be able to put a bunch of tiny capsules with different colors in them and different crochet things in them. So like it could say blue octopus or purple rabbit or bead lizard or something like that, like just a bunch of different crafts with different colors and stuff like that. And I want to put them all in a vending machine so that I can just click it and get a capsule for a random project. And like obviously I could take suggestions from people who want to give like ideas of like what could be put into the vending machine as options. And I want to get one of those just to be like just fun little short videos and stuff like that where it's like you do it and it's like they're hour-long projects or something like that. Like just I feel like it would be really fun. But the problem is finding a gumball machine that fits the size of capsule that I want within a decent price range. Do you guys know how fucking expensive gumball machines actually are? If you want a capsule dispensing gumball machine, good luck, you're paying triple digits, motherfucker. Like, it's so hard to find something that dispenses more than fucking peanuts. Like, if I want something that dispenses more than, like, a jelly bean or a, like, tiny little gumball, like, if I want something that actually dispenses capsules and looks cute, like, because I really love the fishbowl type of gumball machine, like, you know, that classic shape of a gumball machine. They're so cute, but you cannot find the ones that dispense something larger than a gumball. And it's like, I know they exist. I have seen them. Like, the bouncy ball dispensing ones. They exist. I know they fucking exist. Or, like, just finding one with, like, a nice round glass dome barrel or something like that. And I want it in a pretty color. Like, I can paint it. Like, that's not the biggest issue. But the problem is just finding one. Finding one that's under $100. But you can't. You can't even find, like, a cheaply produced plastic one that fits that kind of, like, diameter of dispensal. You can only find ones that will literally dispense like fucking peanuts and mini gumballs. You can't find a decent sized one for a good, like, I literally have to go to like vending machine websites and stuff to try to see if I can't find them. I've gone to like the Beaver site because a lot of them are like Beaver and stuff, and it's so hard to find them. And the other option is like AliExpress or Alibaba, and I don't trust those sites. And it's like you can find one and it'll be like, oh yeah, this is not that expensive. And then you look at the shipping and it's $500 and I'm like, bestie, that ain't fucking happening. I want it, but I don't want it that bad. The closest I have found is I have found a couple on Etsy, but they're square. And it's like, the squares are fine, the squares are whatever, they're like aesthetic to a point, but I want a round one. I like the round shape. There's something about it that just makes me go, But you can't really find them. It's like, I just want a blue one. Do you know how hard it is to find a blue one? So, yeah, I like gumball machines, and I put way too many hours and effort into, like, researching where to purchase them and trying to find a decent one and trying to find reliable websites. And the problem is because I am, in fact, not running, like, an arcade or something like that. It's just like, I can't just buy industrial stuff. Like, I think the funniest thing is you can buy the stuff to put in them pretty easily from anywhere. Like, you can find the capsules, you can find the things to put in the capsules, you can find pre-packed capsules on Amazon pretty easily. You can find like the tiny toys and everything that you stereotypically see in these type of capsule machines. You can find Yes, I am mad about a gumball machine that only fits gumballs because it's not the bigger gumballs even. It's the mini ones. It's the fucking little mini ones. The little tiny bitches that are like no bigger than like a peanut M&M. I would be fine if I could find one that fits the jumbo gumballs. Like, you know the gumballs that are like this big? You can't find machines really that fit that size of gumball. You can only find the tiny ones. And I'm like, motherfucker, I want the big ones. I want the big balls. I want the big balls, you motherfucker. But no. This does what it's supposed to do. What the fuck? I'm picky. Picky motherfucker. I'm a picky bitch. Bun wants the big balls, you hoodie. Don't clip that. Don't you fucking clip that. But yeah, like, I've put way too many hours into researching gumball machines and checking like Amazon and like actual like vending machine sites and stuff like that. And it's just like, it's just one of those weird things that I like looked into once and I've been obsessed with it since. And it's like, at one point it was like, oh, this is just an impulsive thought. I'm never going to actually go through this. It's not that big a deal. But the fact is, I have been looking for like 2.5 years now. I have been researching and looking this up for 2.5 years now. If not slightly longer, almost 3 years. I've been looking this up for a long time now. And I'm just like, I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. I think it stems from the fact that I grew up with a grandfather who has like soda vending machines and stuff in his house. Okay, have a good BLB. I grew up with a grandfather who has like soda vending machines and stuff in his house, and I've always loved arcade culture. So like Chuck E. Cheese and like just arcades and bowling alleys and stuff like that. Because bowling alleys I used to go to also had these vending machines and stuff like that. Like, it was kind of like a dual action thing. They have always been something I have had an interest in. Like my roller skating rink also had them. I remember I used to actively go to the roller skating rink and I used to get like the candy lipsticks and stuff like that from them all the time. Like, it was very much something I used to do a lot of. I would save coins up to go to these things, and I remember I used to keep coin purses specifically to be able to go to vending machines and stuff like that. And I still find tiny vending machine toys around my room even as an adult. I will still find ones I purchased when I was a kid that got stuck in like a jewelry box or something like that. I will still find them everywhere. So it's not even like it's technically a new obsession. It's one that I've had an obsession with since I was a kid, but I now understand the mechanics behind it. And so I've like been like, I want this. And so like I have a mini claw machine. I think I mentioned it earlier that my other capsules are inside the claw machine. So I have a little tiny claw machine, and it's fine. It's dandy, it works, it's cute. However, it's kind of like it doesn't do exactly like it's not the best claw machine. I can only stack it like I can only have it like one layer high of capsules because otherwise it won't function if I have it too stacked tall, because it's a toy capsule. It's a toy machine. It's meant for kids. It's the moji moji. So originally it actually was stuffed with those little mochi squishies inside of Easter eggs. That's what the original stuff was in it. Right now I have it full of capsules I have gotten from gachapons, or I have Easter eggs in it that I bought. And they have like candy and stuff in them, so I can just pull them out and eat them. But the problem is, it's like I can only stack it so tall before it doesn't really function. And it's like, yeah, I could use that, but it's not the same as like turning a crank and then getting the capsule out of it, which is what I really, really want. What I really, really would love is if I could find like like just get a single gachapon, like a gachapon machine. I would love to have, but the problem is it's hard to find them. More so finding just a single one instead of like a stacker one, or finding like a mini gachapon or something like that. Like, what you're more apt to find is like replica tiny keychain type figurine ones. You'll find those often. Or like a gachapon machine, like I've seen them go for 500, 600, a few thousand too, for like the standard sized gachapons. It's like I have like I said, I have looked a lot into this. I have spent way too much time of my life looking at capsule machines and vending machines of this sort of thing. Like I have looked at them a lot trying to find my like ideal one that I want, because it's like if I'm going to invest in one, I want to buy a specific one. I want it to be the one that I really want. And I have even considered DIYing myself one. It won't be the same, obviously, but I have considered making one out of like foam board or something and like building the mechanics on the inside and using like cellophane, like big old sheets of plastic and stuff like that to make like the domes. Like I have literally considered building one out of wood. I have literally gone to that point where it's like I want this a specific way that I would be willing to potentially build it, but I would love to have an actual metal one. And I've also considered, like, if I can't find the exact type of dome on a machine that I want, you can buy replacement domes for them. And I was considering, well, can I MacGyver and just buy, like, I'll buy the base with this dome, but I'll buy the dome that I really want, and then I'll just kind of pull a swap-a-roo. Because you can buy like just the straight up round dome, so it's like, could I just buy it like this, and then could I just kind of squish them together and then make my ideal one? Could I buy it in the wrong color, and then could I just enamel paint it or something like that? Like, I have put so much thought into getting the one that I really want, and it's one of those things that borders obsession. And it's like, it's also like, it's not obsession at the same time, because it's not like I look at this every single time that I'm doing something. Like, I don't think about it daily. It's only when it gets brought up or something like that. Or sometimes I'll be like laying in bed and I'll be like, I'm gonna look online, see if I can't find anything today, see if there's anything new. Oh Jesus. Well, fuck. So it's just one of those things that I have learned that I just like I look into over time, and one day it will become a thing I have on my desk. It's just not currently something I have on my desk, because my desk is currently very small and hard to put things on. That's another thing I've been researching a lot, is a new desk. I have found a perfect desk, though. It's just a matter of saving up and having the space for it. And I'm also like, I've had this desk, the current desk, so this desk I have, this one right here. Do you know how hard it is to find a desk with this anymore? Like, I've been looking at desks on Amazon and stuff like that. Like, I've been looking at a bunch of different desks to compare. Do you know how hard it is to find a desk that has a keyboard shelf like this that slides in and out? Like, it's so hard to actually find one like this now. So I like my desk. It's just too small for a lot of the stuff I do. It does, like, my tablet takes up half the desk. Like, it's a big tablet, so it takes up half the desk. So I definitely need a bigger desk. And I've been looking at L-shaped desks because I think that would function very well for how I work. And I have found a couple that I like. But the problem is they don't have this. But it's like, I can live with that if I'm able to get like, if I can get a desk that has like shelves and stuff, because there are two shelves under, so technically there are four shelves. So you have the desk shelf, there is a shelf that is up, which is what my tablet and my PC are sitting on currently, as well as a bookshelf are all on the top shelf. There's the main desk area, and then there are two side shelves beneath by the side where you sit. And I currently have my printer on one of them, my tower is on the other one, as well as like miscellaneous things. So it's like, I want pretty much the same features I have in my current desk, but I want it with a new desk and stuff like that. My heating pad turned off again, motherfucker. I wish this thing had a longer timer than 2 hours sometimes. I miss my old one, which I could set the timer to. But unfortunately, that one, old reliable, has past its prime. I love how many different emotes you have. Like, the smug dog one always makes me smile. Which VTuber or YouTuber or streamer did you steal that one from, Bringer? Because I know you use that one all the time on Discord too. Like the smug pooch. Ah, the buff dude. I don't doubt that. Don't mind me just casually crocheting off camera again. I've been redoing a bunch of my emotes. I'm currently waiting for Twitch to approve of a couple of my new ones so that I can swap out the old ones. What is that one? That is hilarious. Ugh. You ever have that moment where you're just sitting and all of a sudden you just feel like you're falling and it's like, excuse you, body, can you just not? Can you function, please? Like, bestie, we have things to do. Someday, I will be strong enough to have animated emotes. By the way, I don't know, Go, if you're still here, it never charged me for all of the freak out of when I was trying to give you a sub, so we don't need to worry about that. It never went through. It just straight up just denied. It just wouldn't let me do anything. So we don't have to worry about that. It just straight up was like, nah, fam, you can't have this. And I'm like, okay, fine. No charges went through at all. Like, it's been long enough. If they were gonna do it, they would have stolen my money already. Jesus Christ, Bringer, you really do just have 1,001 emotes. I was talking to my sister earlier, and I was saying it's like I should make a VTuber model for sushi shrimp crocheting instead of just the Babbit crocheting. We should have a sushi shrimp crocheting too, using his little claws. Well, what's the issue with your sizing? They list all the pixel sizes you need when you go to upload your emotes. And I think they have it set so it like you can upload one at like I think you can upload so a tip I have when I'm making emotes is I zoom the fuck out every time I'm making an emote. So like if I open clip and I open one of my emotes, so if I open one of my emotes, come on, load, please. It has to think. Give it a moment. Any day now. Come on, clip. Alright. So, let me swap my window real fast. Potato. Where's potato cam? There we go. Alright. So, this is one of my emotes. And this is one of my actual Twitch emotes. Like, this is one you can, if you have a subscriber to use emotes, you can use this one. And so I'll send it in chat so you can see how it looks small. So one of the challenges I have personally is because Babbit is a lop ear. Like, she's based on an English lop, so she has very long ears. Like, you can see it in my PNG tuber sprite too, how she has very long ears, so she ties them up and stuff like that. So one of the things I struggle with is if I'm making a emote specifically of Babbit, I have to be careful of her ears. Because if they're too short, she ends up kind of looking like a dog instead of a rabbit. But also, if I stand them up, she can end up she takes up too much space, or they get cut off. So here's one of her emotes, and one of the way I test my emotes if they're gonna look good small or not is I literally just zoom the fuck out. Like, I will sit here and zoom until it's super tiny, And I can go smaller than this because it's Twitch emotes. And it's like, I can still read the Babbit and I can still read the shrimp that she's chewing on. And my monitor is huge. So that's why I can zoom out this much and I can still kind of see it and be like, okay, so this would look like this. And another thing I'll do is I will send the emote to myself on my phone. Like I'll send it to my I have a Discord channel on my phone that is literally just a server for me and me, myself, and I. And I use it to send stuff between my phone and I'll send stuff between my PC, my phone, my laptop. I will send my iPad. I will send them through that server and I'll send myself images like this and I will set emotes in that server to test them to see how they look small and how they look bigger. And if they don't read well small, I will kind of fiddle with them a bit. So like I said, with her, sometimes her ears will get in the way. But you can see with this one, you can still see the base features when it's small, and even when you have it on Twitch, you can still see her biting the sushi, biting the tempura. Another case, like this one doesn't read very well, and I do admit that it doesn't read the best, is my Soonboof one. Which is one of my emotes, because I used to have an older version of Soonboof, and I did change it. So if I send Soonboof in the chat, so you can see Soonboof, she reads pretty fine at large, but she's a little more questionable at small, and that's why I had to make her eyes so much bigger than how I normally would draw her at this size, just so you can still kind of read that she is doing the little like fingers. And it's like I said, it's like the rabbit, I will just zoom out to see how it looks smaller. So one thing I might do in the future is if I ever decide to update this emote again is I might get rid of her scarf and just have her hands be a little larger, and it might make it a little easier to read her doing that. Just kind of a more emoticon style where it's just the fingers and the hand and the head, I mean. Or in the case of a lot of my shrimp emotes, because the shrimp has a very small face. So if I go and open up some of the emotes I did last week, for example. So if I open up some of the ones I did last week, it's the same kind of case where it's just like you pull them out and you just zoom in and out. So I was working on these on my iPad, which means I had a little more, like, it's a slightly different screen size and everything like that. So it's a little different when I'm zooming in and out on them while I'm working on them. But that's one of the reasons they have this thicker line on the outside of them as well, is it helps with the readability of it. So for an example, shrink the shrimp with a water gun down, and it's not that bad. It's not the most readable, but this one was not made for Twitch. This one was specifically made for a Discord emote. So I didn't need it to read as small as a Twitch emote. We have the hype shrimp, and I made sure to make his text very bright because I wanted to make sure that it would still remain readable even when he's like super small. Like you can still kind of see, like you can't quite make out the word that it's hype, but if I was to send it in chat, like you would still be able to make out the hype if it was like at this size. And it's the same for like the sleepy one. So like if I was to zoom out of him, you can still tell he's kind of just sleeping on his pillow. And like with the chug shrimp, like you can see it says tears when it's very large, but you can't necessarily read it as much when it's smaller, but you could still tell he's very much just sipping on a water bottle, like chugging on it. And that's how I typically go about trying to make sure that it's able to capture my emotes when they're smaller as well and keep the sizing. I actually draw my emotes a lot larger than they need to be. I did emotes for another streamer back before I was streaming more regularly. I did streamer emotes for Hunt Artist. Really cool dude, plays a lot of video games. He has this adorable like cat VTuber model that he uses. Super cool. But I did a bunch of emotes for him at one point, and I made his emotes way too big. I don't make emotes the size I made his emotes at, but his are super high res. I think his were like 12 by 12 inches or something like that at 300 dpi. There is no reason for them to be that big. I think most of the ones I make nowadays, I make all of my emotes on my standard sketching size that I use, which is like an 8 by 8 300 dpi. That's what I normally sketch on. And I make most of my current emotes on that size of canvas. And they work fine. They look good. And that's how I keep them readable. So if you're having issues with the readability of when you're trying to zoom them in and out, I would say while you're working on them, especially in the sketch phase, something you could do, especially if you have an avatar or something that's more busy, because I know your VTuber model and stuff like that does have more detail. The bat form is a little, like the bat dragon form is a little less detailed, so it might be a little easier, like how I use the shrimp sometimes. Um, to slap some base colors behind the sketch and then zoom out a lot to see, can I still read this as it is, and if not, what do I need to change on the sizing? Do I need to zoom it out of the frame more, so like cut off more in the frame? Like sometimes I cut off the shrimp's antennas or something like that just to fit him in the frame better because he has such a tiny face. So it's just kind of messing with it like that to try to see how you can get it in and out of the frame and zooming in and out to make sure it's still readable. And that's pretty much how I do all of my emotes, is just a lot of zooming in. Like for an example, here's I'll send a couple of my own emotes in chat that I'm not necessarily the happiest with. I still love them, like they read fine, but some of them I do think I'm going to revisit, because another thing I've noticed too is depending on which brush you use for your outlines and stuff like that, it can really affect how it reads. So for an example, a lot of my older emotes were actually done with the standard brush I use for most of my illustration work, which is I use a textured brush. And it doesn't read well in emotes, and I have come to learn this. So I've started using a smoother pen for whenever I do my emote work. A nice, thick, strong pen, and it works really well. And my emotes read a lot stronger with it. So like for an example, the heh, the dabbit, the pog bun, and danger beans were all done with this textured brush, and I believe pog shrimp was done with a pixelated brush of sorts. And they work to a point. They're fine. They read fine. However, they read better as Discord icons than they do as Twitch icons. Like that's the other thing, is like you have to think about like what you're using them for. So for example, like if I'm using these on Discord, they work fine. I don't mind them. They're fine in my server. They work just fine. But as Twitch icons, they don't necessarily always read the best. So that's why I've been redoing a bunch of my emotes, is to switch them so that they will read better as Twitch emotes versus just being Discord emotes that have been slightly sized down or whatever. So, but I also like drawing icons and emotes anyway. It's something I've always found enjoyment in doing. So, I hope that helps at all. I'm also rambling. My throat sounds... I sound like I need to go smoke another 20 packs. Oh, that hurt. Oh, I shouldn't have played up the smoker rasp for that one. I don't even smoke. It just hurts. I am very rambly as a person is the problem, but I've had people tell me to shut up in the past, so I always feel bad when I start rambling. I've had multiple people tell me to shut the fuck up while I'm rambling in the past, so I always apologize after I go off on a long tangent. But I'm glad you like the Mr. Top 10 list. And I'm glad that helps Bringer. Like I said, something you can do too is you could always... Oh, that water really helps. Wow, imagine drinking actual water helps. Whack. I don't normally drink water. I normally drink like soda or Gatorade. I am a terrible human being. But I'm not a human being. I'm a moon rabbit. I am filled with eldritch goo. This is just a flesh suit. But yeah, so something I do is like I said, is I have that server in my own I have a server in Discord. It's literally called "This is just so I can grab stuff from my phone." And I'll send stuff to myself back and forth, and it really does help you kind of visualize, because your phone screen is so much smaller than like a laptop screen and stuff. So if you're having trouble reading something, I really do recommend sending it to your phone just to kind of see, and sizing in and out just to, it really gets a better final image. And if you do it during the sketch phase, it saves you the headache of like getting a fully finished emote and being like, oh, this doesn't read very well. It's also why I opt to not shade some of my emotes, but I will shade other ones depending on what I'm shading, because it won't read when it's small. You don't even register the shading, so. But sometimes it just looks nice. Like, example, look at my VTuber. She's not shaded. but it's not jarring or anything like that. It works well for her. But if I like swap to like, if I swap to one of my other models is shaded. I think Yas shrimp is shaded. I don't know if, I think standard shrimp is shaded too. I think this is my normal VTuber model. Hold on. Let me shift. I'm shifting into maximum overdrive. Except video. Media needs to think. Yeah, so normal shrimp is shaded. But he's like minimally shaded compared to the crochet babbit. But it does. You want to talk about someone who knows how to clip things. Mr. Top 10 List is like the king of clips. But like Sushi's not shaded. So like, but you wouldn't really notice Sushi's not shaded because Sushi has the glow on their limbs. So it's not as obvious that he's not shaded. But Yas is like heavily shaded. That's how you get like the full lip effect and everything. Like, let me, oops, Control Z. Hey, grab me. So like, if I look at, you can have a nice old big look at the Yas shrimp. But you can see that he is much more shaded than like my normal models are. My normal ones are much more minimal when it comes to shading. And I think it's just how I like it to look. Like, I think some of my other models, I think Gaming Shrimp is shaded. I forget how many VTuber things I have done for the shrimp. He does have multiple outfits. So we do have Gamer Shrimp. Gamer Shrimp does have shading. He's got his headphones on. I haven't really had a chance to use Gamer Shrimp too often. So we have Gamer Shrimp, vibin', thrivin'. So the Gamer Shrimp does have multiple emotions as well. So like you have a standard one, you have worried shrimp, you have smug shrimp, and then you have pissed off shrimp. So I do have multiple states for that shrimp as well. I do have a Valentine shrimp. We have Valentine Shrimpy. Valentine Shrimpy is not shaded, other than his glows, because it would take away from his glorious onesie. His amazing, fantastic onesie. I don't know how many streams I was able to get out of this. I think I did maybe 2 or 3 streams. I don't know. I wasn't streaming much at the time I designed this one. I do have a there is a Halloween shrimp tuber. Oh, we do have a Leviathan as well. Leviathan hasn't been used too much yet. She has to load. So I do have this one, and she hasn't been used too much because she was specifically designed for a different stream. She was supposed to be for streaming Battle for Bikini Bottom. Not Battle for Bikini Bottom. She was supposed to be for SpongeBob SquarePants Cosmic Shake, was what I wanted to stream using this one. So she is stylized to kind of match the show a little bit, and she's got my Switch in her hands, because I have the purple yellow Switch. So this is another one of my models. I don't believe I have used her on stream yet. I think I've only ever used her in tests. I don't believe she's ever been fully streamed. We have my Animal Crossing one, which has been used many times once she loads. So, we have my Animal Crossing one, which is obviously referencing the Animal Crossing style, and she again has my Switch, which has my my purple and yellow Joy-Cons, and she is wearing a shrimp shirt. I have used this one before. I've used this one for like all of my Animal Crossing streams, and she does have she has a pirate hat that she can sometimes wear with a blue rose, because I was specifically grinding Gulliver. So she had this for when I'm grinding Gulliver. And I do have, I believe, I have a vampire shrimp as well. We do have the birthday shrimp. We have birthday shrimp where he has like confetti. Death! You get death! Yeah. But we have birthday shrimp, which was actually designed for last year. This was designed for my birthday last year, and he'll probably come back for my birthday this year. I'm undecided. We might get a birthday sushi shrimp. I haven't fully committed to what I'm going to do yet. He didn't get too many streams, so he might get his time to shine this year. I love his little confettis. Then we have my vampire shrimp. This one I don't believe has actually ever had a proper string used for him. He might have gotten one, but the problem was I designed him last year and then I never got a chance to use him because during last year's Halloween I was dealing with a lot of stuff IRL, so I wasn't really streaming, so he never really got a chance to shine. I think I was primarily I mostly use sushi shrimp most of the time when I'm using him. But we do have a vampire shrimp. I just never actually got around to using him on stream, I don't believe. Or if I did, he got one stream or something like that. But yeah, so as you can see, I actually have a lot of different models for the shrimp. Like, I do have a lot of different VTuber models. I just typically just use the, I just like using the shrimp sushi. He's one of my favorites. He fits the late night vibe when I get really, really silly. So yeah, you can see that there's just a bunch of different shrimpies. And then I have different babbits as well, so I have a bunch of babbits and stuff. And I do have work in progress ones as well. I have at least 2 or 3, 4? 4. I have 4 other models I'm currently working on for PNG tubers, and there's specifically I have a Kai one that I'm working on. I have a Leviathan Shade one. I have a Redacted one, and I have an Eclipse one that I'm working on. And those are just other models that I'm working on, as well as I am working on an updated shrimp tuber. I am also going to be learning how to use PNG Tuber Plus so that I might be able to add a little bit more life to my shrimp. He deserves a wiggle. He deserves the ability to wiggle. But yeah, so it's depending on the model, I change if I shade it or not. So like Fancy Boy was shaded, but Babbit's not shaded, Leviathan's not shaded, Valentine's Shrimp is not shaded, Sushi Shrimp's not shaded, but like Standard Shrimp is shaded, Yash Shrimp is shaded, Birthday Shrimp is shaded, but it's like most of the models, if they're based off the original shrimp model, do have shading because of how I have that file set up. Because most of those are drawn on the same file that I do all of my shrimp edits on. Because it's just easy. I'm my own artist. I have the ability to do whatever the fuck I want. I have the power! And I use it for evil. Because sometimes I want to be a sushi. I should make a tempura shrimp model. That would be funny. Just me fried. Oh, and I didn't show it when I was in my standard shrimp model. There is a version of the Babbit in a shrimp onesie. I love when she freaks out when I'm taking like a long sip. Because she reacts to little noises. Because I whisper a lot. She might get an updated onesie, to be honest. Like, I do really want to update my base model that I stream with. And I do have it sketched out. I do have the new base model sketched. I just haven't had the time to sit and finish him. But that's why I want to learn PNG Tuber Plus, and eventually I want to use actual VTuber, because eventually we'll be... Oh, I have 5 models work in progress. I do have a shrimp one, but not like the shrimp. It's like shrimp as in my Leviathan Mermaid one that I'm working on, that I eventually want to make my full live 2D rig model. And she's going to be a pain in the butt to rig because she has fucking tentacles that undulate. But yeah, so it's just like I have a lot that I would like to finish and work on, and I just have a bunch that I've also finished. I didn't realize I had so many models for the shrimp until I was showing you guys right now. Like I knew I had variants of it, but I didn't realize I'd made so many variants of my PNG tuber. And I think that just goes to show how much power I hold and I shouldn't hold. But I'm gonna be making I'll probably be making some just as I'll either be finishing up the ones I have or making some random one-off designs because I'm considering opening commissions to do PNG tuber models. Because I'm gonna update my emotes and everything like that. Like I'm gonna have new options for those. Like I am completely rehauling my commission sheet. Because I'm no longer gonna. Welcome back. Like you missed. I just went through all of my VTuber models. You just missed me going through all of my models. You got to miss Fancy Boy. You missed the Vampire Shrimp. But I'm gonna be completely redoing all of my commission sheets and only offering things that I want to offer and stuff like that instead of just offering all the options. Like, you get these as options. And if you don't like them, then you can commission someone else kind of thing. I'm trying to be nicer to myself about commissions, and like if I don't get a bunch of orders, it's not on me. Alright. But yeah, I gotta do like a bunch of examples and stuff like that. Like obviously I could just show off my own models as examples of PNG tubers that I could do. But I thought to at least I might just draw a couple different ones, just to like have examples. But I also want to learn how to do PNG Tuber Plus, because that way I can make like the slightly more involved ones. But I like using it, and eventually I do want to do a full live 2D model. I'm gonna teach myself rigging at some point. I just don't know when. It'll probably be right after when I eventually get the new PC. I will finally learn live 2D, because hopefully that thing will actually function and want to run live 2D. Because I showed you guys front-facing shrimp. You guys have seen my attempt to rig before. I can't figure out meshes. I've drawn that before. It used to be, that used to be my icon for my Not Safe for Work Twitter, but I had to change it because I didn't want to get in trouble because she was sitting in boobies. But I have drawn human ear band Babbitt many a time. You want me to make a human ear band Babbitt fucking VTuber? Move out of the way, Sushi Shrimp. We have a new silly king. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that on stream next week. Like I said, I'm just trying to finish this fucking shirt. Like, make it a Radine. Oh yeah, sitting in boobies. I would have to go find the original picture. It's somewhere. But there is a drawing of the Babbitt just being tiny and sitting in Eclipse's boobies. And she had like a human ear headband on. I removed it when I did the finished colored version, I believe. I removed the headband. It was one of my, I think it's like a couple years old at this point. But it used to be my icon on Twitter, on my Not Safe for Work Twitter. Hi, welcome back. You have missed so much. But yeah, so it's like I've got plans now that I'm slightly feeling better and I've been able to do more work again on things that I want, and I'm like finally getting to a spot that I feel more secure in myself, and I definitely am trying to pursue this more. Yeah, did you? Did you, Mousy? Did you? You missed all the shrimp tubers. You missed the whole school of shrimp. Guys, look how close I am to finishing. Look how close. I just have this section here, and then I can connect it, and the bottom band is done. And then I have to do the sleeves. But the sleeves, I'm not nearly as worried about. Because the sleeves are literally a tube. The sleeves, I can just go round and round and round and round and round and round and round. Yeah, I was showing off all my VTuber models, like all my PNG tubers. Like, there was the birthday shrimp, vampire shrimp, there was Leviathan, there was Yash shrimp, there was sushi shrimp, there was gamer shrimp, there was Valentine shrimp. I have a lot of different models. Hungry. I'm gonna eat after stream. Before anyone says anything, I ate before stream too. I'm just hungry because it's been a few hours. I mean, I said school because fish, but hold on. They are called a shoal or a swarm. So, you missed the shoal of shrimp. Yes, I ate before stream. I don't know if that was evident or the fact that I was drinking from a Burger King cup earlier. I had Burger King like right before stream. And I still have half of my burger to eat. I just didn't finish it. I'd eaten all my fries and half of it. But I can only eat so much in one go. I have a tiny stomach. I prefer to pick at my food. God, I'm so close to being done with this fucking... I cannot be... Because once the ribbing is done, you guys don't get to see me test fit this on. I'm sorry. But I am going to test fit this on once the ribbing is done just to see. A swarm makes sense to me because they're crustaceans and they're bug-like. They're amphipods. Uh-oh. That's like me whenever there's flashing lights in front of my bedroom. Me just, What you doing out there? God, I hope this is enough yarn for the rest of this project. I'm like looking at how much green yarn I'm going through and I'm like, Just like the nosy Kermit meme, just, But I have at least 3 skeins of the purple, and I have about 2 and a quarter of the orange. So hopefully. And if I have to go for a trip to Tilton, I have to go over a trip for Tilton. I don't want to drive through Tilton. Oh, I still have to make the bow. Fuck. I am most likely going to have to buy more green. Wow, that was a voice crack. Green. Green. Snatcher, you fool. Aurelius. All I want to do is write, but I also want to finish my costume. And I am stuck at an impasse because this computer sucks to write on. What begins with F and ends with uck? Do you have any guesses? What kind of word begins with F and ends with uck? What do you guys think? That's right! It's fire truck! Jimmy, go to the principal. No, we don't use that language here, Jimmy. Jimmy, go to the principal. No, Jimmy, no. Jimmy, that is not very cash money of you. You cannot use that language in school. The answer was fire truck, Jimmy. No, Jimmy, I don't want to hear about the popcorn joke. It's Pikachu! What about that? Jigglypuff! Fuck! Yeah, I don't know why I said Wobbuffet. I wanted to say Whooper. Oh yeah, Bringer, get that in. Shake your tail feathers, shake your tail feathers. Get that in. Uh-oh. Burnt toast is never good. Are you sure it was burnt toast and you're not having a stroke? Some people are dumb. Spud once had to stop people from putting metal in the microwave, so... Yeah, one time Spud was in college and she saw some people trying to make a mug cake. She saw someone trying to make a mug cake and they were gonna put in this gold gilded cup into the microwave, and Spud just looks at them and goes, You, that metal? That metal? You can't put that in the microwave unless you want to break the microwave. Jimmy goes to the principal. Jimmy does go to the principal. Jimmy's a little shit. Jimmy Neutron should have been taken out of that school so many times before he was like the end of the series. I once had to stop someone from putting styrofoam in a microwave. They were trying to thaw frozen turkey breast wrapped in styrofoam and plastic wrap from the grocery store. They would freeze the whole, like, they would buy it from the store. Instead of putting it into like a freezer safe bag, they stuck the whole styrofoam bit into the freezer. And when I realized what they were doing, I had to be like, hey, dude, that's bad for your health. You should put those in plastic bags and not thaw like that. That's how you get botulism. Because they would also like thaw it and then refreeze it without cooking it, and I'm like, no, 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 no. That's how you die. You know what you get when you do that to your turkey and your chicken and stuff? You get death. You die. You don't come back. Like, don't refreeze thawed meats. Cook it, then you can refreeze it. But don't just cook it. Just don't thaw it and then try to refreeze it. You're introducing so much bacteria into it. Like, you are gonna get so sick. Like, you are asking for an ER trip. You ever remember you have something that you didn't use? I somewhere in my room have an Amazon gift card that I won from work, and I never used it. I totally forgot I had it. I think there's like 25 or 50 bucks on it too. I mean, I go out in booty shorts in the middle of November, but I'm built different. It's called I overheat very easily, so I tend to wear shorts regardless of the year. Oh, we're so close. 4 more rows, 4 more rows, 4 more. Well, technically it's 8 because you have to do 1 up, 1 down. So technically it's 8 more rows, but so close. I've been working on this fucking ribbing like most of the day. I cannot wait to swap to doing something else. Like, look how much I have left. Like, there's like... Fuck yeah! I guess she still lit the fruit snacks on fire. That's terrible. R.I.P. her microwave. Makes me think I've been, Aster and Broken were talking to me in chat the other day, and it made me have the consideration I might put a Bun reads a tarot card on stream redeem at some point. Because I have like 7 decks. Do you guys know I have a yarn deck? I straight up have a tarot deck that's yarn themed. I also have a My Hero Academia one. I have a yokai one. I have ghost. I got mythology. I've got fairies. Actually, I have like 2 fairy decks. I have a French deck. I say French, but it's not actually French. But pretty cards go brr. But dear God, that must have smelled absolutely horrendous. Like, I have left gummies in a hot car before, and that shit just smells bad. Like, hot gelatin does not smell good. Like, there is no way that smelled any form of, like, passable. Plus, like, you add in the smoking of the microwave with the foil packet? Ugh. Then again, I am the asshole who once put Tostina's pizza rolls in... I once put pizza rolls in our, Spud doesn't let me live this one down. I once misread the package instructions on pizza rolls. So, really, you should only put them in for like a minute 20 seconds? Maybe. I put them in for 12 minutes. Our microwave smelled like burnt pizza rolls for years, until we replaced it. I have never lived down the fact that I burnt Tostitos pizza rolls in our microwave because I put them in there for 12 minutes instead of 1 minute and 20 seconds. I added a 0. Because and it's not even a case of I just misclicked on the microwave, mind you. I purposely had put them in for 12 minutes because I misread the package. And I thought they had to be in for 12 minutes. Because I read the timing, you're supposed to put them in for the oven, not the microwave. So I thought they had to go in for multiple minutes. The answer was no. No, they didn't. No, they didn't in any capacity. And in fact, it was a very bad idea that I did that. So yeah, take that as you will. So, I can't give shit to anyone who fucks up a microwave because I have fucked up a microwave. And then you have the guys at my work who, like, fuck up our work microwave sometimes. Like, they're, like, some of the liners are absolutely toasted from cheese and stuff, and I'm like, bruh. Bruh, why? Why? Why are you like this? Fun fact, restaurant, like, microwave inserts are so expensive, too. Like, I found out from, like, one of my managers, like, they're double digits expensive. I'm like, bro... But yeah, I've burnt Tostino's pizza rolls and I've never lived the story down. And every time I go to cook something in the microwave, sometimes she'll give me Riz for it. She'll like just rile me up like, hey, don't do that. Or like she was offering like pizza rolls the other day, so she's like, just don't put them in for 12 minutes. I'm like, sure. Sure. Eventually I want to make a live 2D model of the rabbit. I think the one thing that is confusing me about how I'm gonna go ahead, like, getting her in there is her Ahage. Like, look at a little stupid little crescent thing. Like, boing, 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 boing. God, I'm so close to being done with the ribbing. I cannot wait to be done with this. Free me from this eternal hell. Let me free. Let me be. It's like the opposite of let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me out. Let me out. Ouch. That can't have smelled good. God, you know what would smell really bad? Burning, Samoas, which are the coconut ones. So, talking about burning food and stuff. So, one thing my family loves to give me shit about is how I cook a toasted marshmallow. So, like, most people would like cook their marshmallow to be like a nice toasted golden brown all the way around. Like, you just want a nice little crisp. Make the inside just very molten and gooey. Not me. No. No, I'm that kid that directly put the marshmallow stick into the fire. I'm not content unless my marshmallow, when I pull it away from the fire, is still on fire. I want that thing charred. I want that thing to have flakes crisping off of it. And then I will consume it. My family loves to give me shit because I eat it that way. But, like, I mean, tasty. Oh, I fucked up. Did I fuck up? Yes, I did. I did lately fuck this up. Gotta frog that row. I actually gotta frog 2 rows. Fuck. It's fine, it's fine. At least I noticed it after 1 row. Like, that's the thing. At least I noticed it after 1 row. Like, getting down there. I forgot to move over a stitch. Well, so there is actually a reason she became like that. So, I've talked about the origin of Kai before. So, Kai is originally an Inuyasha fan OC. She was originally supposed to be Inuyasha's twin sister. Ironically, the funny thing is, she went from being a twin to not having any siblings at all, back to being a twin. But the thing with Kai is, she, at one point, I'm trying to remember what it was that had inspired me to do this. I know there was a bit of Yu Yu Hakusho involved, and I want to say a bit of Full Metal Alchemist or something like that. But there was a period of time in which I was really obsessed with the concept of a Demon King. I thought they were neat, and that was way before like the isekai genre was as oversaturated as it is now with like Demon Kings and stuff like that. And I was just like, okay, she's gonna be this, and I'm gonna make this cool and everything like that. And then I was just like, well, what if she's an absolute goblin? So the fact that she consumed her father at birth and stuff like childhood has always been kind of a thing ever since I moved her away from Inuyasha into being more of a fan, like less a fan OC and more into an original character. There's always been a slight plot point of her accidentally overusing her powers and her parents being sucked into the void. That has been a thing for a while. There was one period of time though where she did actually grow up with her father. And that was long before I turned her into a sun god or anything. That's pretty recent. But she is just always meant to be a case of just too strong for her own good. And the God Eater thing kind of became more of a, it's not like she literally ate gods. It was more of meant to be like a fear thing. So she was so scary to some people. She was the devil's nightmare. She was just fear incarnate and all of that. Like, that was her shtick. So God Eater became a title for her more as a joke, and then eventually it became an actual plot relevant thing because I ended up making her an actual demigod, because she was not always a demigod. She used to just have a normal run-of-the-mill demon as a father and a witch for a mother, and that alone made weird things go on. And then I was just like, she fits very well into this lore. Like, got this little slot here in my lore that she would fit so nicely in. Like, a nice little puzzle piece, just click. Oh, that's so good. And it fixed a lot of issues that I was having with some of her plot points in her own personal story. And by making her a sun god like that, it worked out exponentially. And it explains a lot of her stuff. So yeah, that's how she ended up becoming God Eater. It was just like other things played in, and then it just eventually clicked that it made sense. And now it's a canon part of her lore that she's an actual God Eater. By the way, want to see something really funny? So when I went to Burger King with my sister, I looked at our cups that they had given us, and I noticed that my cup was slightly taller than hers. And I got to the car, and I thought they put 2 lids on it, and then I realized, no, there's 2 cups. One cup is stuck inside of the other one because I actually tried to pull it out earlier. Like, for some reason, these 2 cups are, like, stuck together. So I have 2 cups. And I think that's funny. But yeah, that's a bit of Kai lore. She's always had, like, the shadow gating. Like, I want to say... So, here's the funny thing. Her ability to teleport through shadows and stuff actually was inspired by Doctor Who. Because she at one point was supposed to have a time travel element to her story, but I thought it was too confusing and complicated, so I removed time travel completely from her lore. Time travel didn't become a thing in her lore. And then I got into A Hat in Time, and the time travel came back. Fuck me. I can't escape it. Oh, and by the way, her black blood is actually originally inspired by Krona from Soul Eater. Because I'm fucking obsessed with Soul Eater. I stopped being into... Unfortunately for me, the reason I had, like, kind of also got out of Doctor Who was an ex-friend of mine was, like... He was one of those types that was upset that there was a woman doctor and was like, oh, it's just for the woke points. It's just for the woke points. Oh, it's ruined. It's ruined. And I was just like, okay, you're being a killjoy. You're being a major killjoy. Also, fun fact, you know how I always tell people not to repost my artwork? Yes, Aster, it is. That person went and reposted all of their past commissions and everything on DeviantArt. Despite the fact that it's like they're already on DeviantArt from my account. Yeah, I'm not ranting about it today. My throat hurts too much. I'm not ranting about it. I've already ranted enough about other things today. I'm not doing it. We're not falling into that trap that I always fall into every time something about him annoys me again. It's because you're Canadian. Oh, I have to inflict mental damage on you after stream. I have to send you photos to inflict mental damage on you. Because I was at a candy store with Spud earlier, and they had these sodas, and they were really weird flavors of soda. Oh, like, let me just, because I know my phone won't actually show the pictures very nice. There was Martian soda, bloody nose, dinosaur dung, dragon drool, pimple pop, barf, dirt, grass, Martian poop, Stalin, Havana banana, nuclear orange bomb. There was also howling ginger beer, wicked apple brew, spider venom, basilisk blood, cauldron cola. I don't know if I got a picture of the other one. Enchilada, buffalo wing, mustard, sweet corn, hocha, pumpkin pie, cucumber, ranch dressing, black olives, peanut butter jelly, coffee, bacon, maple syrup. And I didn't get a picture of it, but there was specifically a Canadian maple syrups flavored soda as well. And I meant to take a photo of it to specifically inflict damage upon you. And I forgot, but it exists. But yeah, I don't trust sodas like that because I know there are some really horrendous flavors and I'm not falling for it. I like my taste buds. I have drank takoyaki flavored soda before and I hated it. So I'm not going to I'm not making myself go through that. I would Yeah, but it was like it had your flag on it and everything. Like, I think the only way I would ever drink one of those gross sodas is I would have to be like, it would have to be like a subathon or something like that. If I ever had the nerve to do something like that, it would have to be something like that. But I don't think I'll ever be there. So, ain't gonna happen. Viewers can't inflict physical damage upon me yet. My flag? Your flag? Oh, Mouse learned how to clip. I gotta actually go ahead and post a bunch of VODs. I have them they're all unlisted. They're like private videos right now ready to go up and I just keep looking at them like, what if I was cringe during stream? What if I said something I'm gonna like I said in a rant that I'm gonna regret later if everyone has access to this? Oh, I'm so close, guys. Guys, we're one away. We're literally we have to do our up, our down, and then one more go. Oh, I'm so close. I'm so close to being done with it. Well, not the full shirt, but at least the more. Knowledge. Here in my garage next to my Lamborghini. Eating some linguine. Next to some weenies. I like knowledge. Oh, clip URLs. So they have to be unique, and I have looked this up before. So the thing with clip URLs is they basically I got that from I always remember Vanoss crew like did a whole shtick on that one, and I always remember those commercials more from that. And it lives in my head rent free until the moment it comes out of my brain. So the clip URLs, I have looked this up before. I've had a discussion with this before. They basically, if I remember correctly, is they take like they take like a streamer's emote. They take like the name of an emote kind of thing, and then they like kind of mix it up, and it helps make it unique to like each clip URL instead of just doing random numbers and letters, but also adding numbers and letters. Like there is an actual like science they have behind it, like the way it generates. I've looked it up before because it's like seriously, why are they like this? Because some of them can get questionable at best, sus at worst. A little sussy-wussy, if you will. Oh, well. Why are Twitch clip names weird? Yeah, it's basically just because they're on a specific system. Yeah, so it's specifically like a random emote name and then word combination together, and that's what kind of makes it. This is Sparta! The doink. Sorry, I'm thinking about the Minecraft version of it. This is Minecraft! You thought to my spaghetti. Want to talk ancient memes? Do you want to know a song I unironically have on one of my work playlists right now? Unironically, I have Caramel Dancing on my work playlist. The doink. I don't know. I just felt like it. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? You gonna fight me? Can you reach? Hi! Do you guys want to see a surprise? Hey. Here. Can I introduce you guys to a little lad? Ugh. Guess who's here? Hey, Bubby. Oh yeah, so guys, you can see every time you hear me pick the cat up on stream when I'm drawing or something and you just hear me petting him and stuff, this is what I'm doing. I just hold him on my lap like this. Ugh. He's a good boy. Oh, he's a good boy. You're singing. You're just singing. Where's your tail? There's your tail. Oh, you want your chair? There you go, Bubby. You vibing? You vibing? Oops, that was an angle. How about we don't do that? I apologize. I was fixing the cat. Oh, thank you. I like my leggings. I was wearing a skull skirt earlier, so I had skull leggings to go with it. They're some of my favorite leggings, next to my galaxy leggings. Where'd you go? Fuzzball. Fuzzball, where the fuck did you go? Oh, there you are. I just felt you. There you are. Oh, no. TOS. TOS. No, don't look there. I can't bend forward! I was having a full discussion about that last night about how to be so careful with overhead angles. I can't bend forward. I just... you can just see his tail. You can just see his tail thwapping against my thigh. Oh... I don't have the Pogger shrimps! I can't block the booba! Oh, I literally been so careful all stream, and I get to the tail, the cat distracts me, and I lean forward too much. God damn it. But yeah, thank you. I like my leggings. They're very comfortable too. I have a rainbow set of them too. We must be still, lest we accidentally reveal a shrimp's continental shelf. Shut the fuck up! Young, do not chew on that. You, move. Don't chew on that, young man. Hey. Stop chewing on that. Stop chewing on that. Stop it. Young man. Are you doing menace hours right now? Is that how we're playing this? Young man. Stop that. Stop it. They're just fabric. They're soft though. They're just like standard like jersey knit fabric type of thing. But now you guys understand why I had the keyboard thing out most of the day. uh, Young man, where did you go again? Don't sit right behind me. Don't get in your chair, Joseph. Joseph Joestar, you get in your fucking chair and stop being a menace, please. Sorry, guys, my cat is being an absolute menace right now, and I'm just like, I moved stuff in my room, and he has zoomies. If you have cats, you understand. And there are plastic bags in my room, and he is full of macroplastics. Oh, gods. I realized something. I left my 6 packs of soda on the floor downstairs in the living room, in the kitchen. I'll get the room eventually. I left them downstairs in the kitchen. Who wants to place bets if I go down and look at them? They'll have tiny fucking teeth marks in them. And who would be responsible for that, young man? But hey, you guys got a Joey cameo. Nah, I'll go grab them. I'll get them after stream. I'm not terribly worried. Plus, my dad has crockpot ribs, and I kind of want to get some. They'll kill me, but I want some. They're absolutely covered in tomato sauce. I am going to spit up acid for days, but I want them. I want them. I mean, my dad's a really good cook, so... The only questionable thing about these ribs specifically is if they're the same ribs that I'm thinking they are, because my dad had brought home ribs when he went from Maine a couple weeks ago, and if they're the same ribs sitting in the bottom of our fridge and have been since then, it's a little questionable. If you catch my drift. So I don't know how questionable the ribs will be. We're gonna find out. But typically my dad's ribs are pretty good when he makes them. Especially crockpot ribs, because they like sit there like just in their own juices for hours on end. So fingers crossed. But yeah, the biggest thing about them is they're absolutely basted in tomatoes. And I have an intolerance to tomatoes. And it makes me spit up stomach acid. But I'm a glutton. I'm a glutton for punishment for good food, and I will take an upset stomach for delicious. I did look something up earlier today, and I'm very happy about this. So I'm lactose intolerant, but I still eat mozzarella, but I never have an issue really with my stomach and mozzarella. Other cheeses and stuff, yeah, I have issues with it. But I looked it up earlier. Apparently, mozz actually does have a lower lactose level. So that's why they don't upset my stomach, and it made me really happy because I fucking love mozzarella. I'm that lactose intolerant person who will not give up cheese. I'll pry it out of my cold dead hands, my little puzzies. I should make paw gloves for stream. Make little claws, little shrimp claws. I mean, I have compression gloves, but I just don't feel like putting them on. I think the cat went back downstairs. I don't know. He's being menace hours. I need to go check if he had a full dish not long ago, like before stream. So, alright. We're almost there, guys. Home stretch. One more row, and then I just have to join it, and it'll be done with the rib. Oh, I'm very excited for that. It's so close. It's so close, guys. And then I just have to do the sleeves, and the sleeves are not nearly as complicated. Like, the sleeves are maybe an hour each. I don't know if I'll do them tonight on stream. That might be tomorrow's stream, is doing the sleeves to get them done. My goal for the week is I just wanted to get this shirt done this week. Oh, welcome back. Are you gonna behave now? Oh, you just want pets. Hi. Hi. If I move my keyboard, you might be able to see his head. Hey. Do not chew on that, for fuck's sake, young. Oh, kisses. Oh, do you want my chair? Is that what your issue is? Your chair's not good enough anymore? You want this one. Is that what you're pouting about? Is that what your issue is, Joseph? You want my chair. Is that what your problem is, young man? Please stop chewing on that. You're not gonna find macrame cord. I've hidden it. I hid the cord. You can't have it. Yeah, that's right. Toddle away. Get in your chair, Bubby. I'm sorry you guys have to just deal with me with my cat. My son is here. I have to pay attention to him. He's feline. He's such a chubby boy. My chubby boy. I know you. The joy. Can you guys imagine, though, when I finally get a better camera that, like, actually focus on stuff, and then you guys get to actually just see Joey? You just get unadulterated Joey time. Y'all gonna love that, aren't ya? Pure unadulterated Joseph. But also ribs tasty. He made them kind of like his southern baked pork chops recipe. Tomorrow we get Chef DeBabbit. See, originally we were actually, Spud and I were planning to do like a faux katsudon bowl tonight, but our dad wanted to cook up the ribs instead, so... It feels later than it is, but I think that's because I actually went out and did stuff today. Oh my god, we're almost here, home stretch. Oh my god, it's time to do the thing. It's time to do the thing. It's time to do the thing. It's time to join them. Oh my god, don't lay there. There's a horrible spot to lay in. Oh, you're such a little I can't move my chair. If I move my chair, I will run over my son. Joey's sitting like right in the wheel, like, you know how a desk chair has like the wheel bearing areas? Like you have like the 4 legs and then the wheels. He's sitting right in them. So if I move my chair, I will run over the cat. And it's like, young man. And the funny thing is, he has a chair that he could sit in if he wanted to, right next to me. That he had been sitting in most of the day. But no, he wants to be a gremlin. God, I can't imagine what this has to look like if you don't crochet, like, how weird some of this must look when I'm just kind of going. Because it's not like I'm explaining anything I'm doing, I'm just kind of doing my thing. Thinking maybe also try doing like a bead lizard stream or something like in a week or so. Let y'all pick the colors of the lizards and axolotls and make them on stream. You think that would be fun? Would you guys want to do that? Have like a little spinny wheel or something and y'all can like redeem points for different colors. Would that be a fun experience? Make a lizard or bead axolotl together? Like just something different, you know? Just something different. Just like I've said it before, I want to incorporate more craft streams and not just straight up just drawing all the time. I want to do more stuff like this, where I'm just like crafting. I swear to God, if the cat gets in my chair when I get up to try this on, I'm gonna just fucking lose my marbles because he does that. He's one of those. You get up for 5 seconds and, oh, free spot, mine now. And it's like, no, Joey, that was not what was going on. That part is done. You want to know one of the funniest things about this costume, though? I'm being super lazy with it, too. I say I'm being super lazy, but I'm also not. But what I'm being super lazy on is I am not weaving in any of my ends. I don't feel like it. The only ones I'm weaving in are the ones that will be shown, but if you look at the inside, look at all of those ends and tails that are inside. But I don't care, because this is for me to wear. And I don't care if there's all those tails inside. Like, don't bother bun none. I also had the idea that I might crochet a worm on string scarf on stream at some point. I bought yarn for it today. I'll show you guys in a second. When I get up to try this on, I'll grab the yarn to look at to show you guys. I'm not weaving the ends in, I say, as I continuously weave an end in. Alright, I'm gonna mute the mic for a second and take my headset off so I can try this on to see how it fits and make sure it fits right. I'll be right back. I have wonderful news. Guess what fits? And it's long enough too. It doesn't quite do what I was intending it to do shape-wise. However, it fits, it is long enough, and I think it'll look really good when I get the skirt and the sleeves done on it. I think that's really going to help sell this whole thing. I'm very excited that it fits. I can get it on and off easily. Which is just exciting. Like, look at this. Like, let me zoom out a little bit so you can kind of get a better idea. But, like, Look at this. I made this. It's not done yet, but I've made this. So I got to do the sleeves still, obviously. I don't think I'm going to do that tonight because I've been streaming already for 4.5 hours just doing the ribbing. Like, what does that tell you? 4.5 hours just to do this bottom ribbing. And I had also done 2 hours of it in my car. So that's 6 hours of ribbing. This shirt takes so long. Like, crochet takes so long. I don't think people realize how long this shit takes to do. Like, I hope this, like, watching me do it in real time, I hope that gives you an appreciation for how long some of the shit that I show you guys I do. Yeah, think about it, Aster. I have been working on this continuously on stream for 4.5 hours. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. But I also worked on it for, like, 2 hours in my car. But it fits. I can get it on and off. Of course, I say I'm not going to do the sleeves tonight, but I'm a fucking liar because I'm going to do them offline. I just want to eat, so I'm going to stop streaming because I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, so I'm going to stop for the night. But anyway, the worm on string one that I bought, look at this. It's like a candy cane. It's a Karen cake, and I know they can work up into one worm on string because I've done it before. I have one that was already done with this type of cake before, so I know it'll work up fine. But look at it, it's like a little candy cane. I think that would be a fun little thing to do in like late November, early December, is making a worm on string scarf using this color. I bought it specifically for that purpose. I think it would be really fun. That being said, thank you guys for hanging out with me while I worked on crocheting up this ribbing, and I will be streaming tomorrow. I don't know yet if I'm going to be doing crocheting tomorrow, if I'm going to play video games, or if I'm going to be drawing tomorrow. I haven't fully decided what I want to do tomorrow. I just know I want to stream tomorrow. Just haven't decided what. Most likely it'll probably be like maybe a mix. I don't know. I don't like mixing things up. I like to just do one solid thing for stream. But that being said, thank you guys so much for coming on by. I'm going to sign off for the night, and I will hopefully see you all next time. Have a good night, y'all. Bye! Of course, you guys get to see me. Actually, gotta go click away. Gotta click away. Have a good night, y'all. Have fun with that, Aster. Bye, guys. Bye!